All right, then let's do the Discord announcement. Okay. Let's do that. There we go. Hello, Freefall. Hello, Caleb. Hello, Enrico. Hello, me. I'm double parked here. Got 2 drinks. All right, let's get ourselves a little bit of noise, maybe. Maybe. Oh, I am so dead. Ooh. 3 drinks too many. You become 3 drink Daniel if you do. And then you know my terrible secrets. Ah. All right. So it was kind of exciting yesterday, but now we must do boring things. Hello, Skylam. Where should we start? Okay, I think we'll start with just getting the tests to fail again, right? Right, so we got some warnings there. That's not okay. This thing is now working. So if I change this, oh, actually, we're gonna get this thing to not pass, right? Right. So that's the trick here. Where's the cycle call? There you are, right. So if we move this to the top, this will now stop working. But I don't know if this test will fail. No, it doesn't, and it should fail. How you doing, Boris? Such a programmer mentality, okay? Linux is amazing. It's an amazing feat. Not like my feet. They are good though. They take me places, but not as good as Linux though, right? Because Linux takes you to where you need to go. I don't know where that is, and I am very, very hungover. Not in the drinking sense, but in the existing sense. I had yesterday's stream was pretty intense, and today or during the night, I didn't get almost any sleep, so I am sleep deprived and still a bit flopped from yesterday, but I decided that I couldn't be done sitting in the sofa being bored anymore. I had to do something, right? Windows is the suck, right? But the reason it is the suck is because they are just chronically violating your privacy, and we have somehow institutionalized humans to think that's okay, right? But there you go, right? I wonder if Redux will ever become anything. It's such an insane thing to build an operating system today, so I hope they do, but you know. Hello, Velux. Redux was started back in like Rust 2015, which is severely lacking, and I think a lot of the people who were in that project in the start, I don't think they're engaged in the project anymore. I stopped following it. I have no idea if they're like keeping it up to date with Rust versions and stuff, though, right? What if you become a principal then? Then you'd be a principal engineer. And what if you become a principal engineer? And what if you have a lot of principles? You got to uphold your principles being a principal engineer with a lot of principles, right? I'm done now. Thank you. DevOps. I mean, we do Pray for you though, right? Redux is being developed pretty actively. That's cool. We should get rid of Redux and acid reflux. That is also not good, right? You have a unpopular opinion. I have a popular onion. We can share. So we're gonna get ready for next reason right now. But what does that mean, though, Freefall? Are we talking about support for modern hardware, or are we talking about being able to run it on hardware at all, or are we still virtualizing, or where are we, right? Senior developer. Oh my goodness. Ow, my ego. Quickly. Give me a promotion. Caps changes text. Yeah, so if you're quote unquote shouting, rather than giving attention to people who are shouting, I just found a way to ignore them in a in a better way. Right? I fixed that, Skylar. One cup of tea down. Moving on to the next one. Yeah, so there was a bug that Waru found. Damn you, Waru. I solved the bug, and now I'm struggling to replicate the bug. Well, okay, I know why it doesn't work, because we don't do anything. So we can press... What are we pressing here? Character. X. Break, please. No. Why are you not breaking? Ship. Is there really such a thing as senior developer? Well, when you're a senior developer, we just call you a retired developer, right? You do not have to shout. Ice cream cone. Yeah, I almost didn't stream today because I'm walking around in like old shorts, and I was wearing a singlet as well. And I'm one gold chain and a hat away from going full douche. Maybe sunglasses as well. And I can't do that on stream. All right. Look at that. Even Unicode support. Unicode ice cream, right? I don't need ice cream. I am the devil? I don't know. I don't need ice cream. Okay. Why is this not broken? Someone. Let's make this happen in an actual project, right? So we know it's actually a thing, right? Do 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 do. La da 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 da. Templates. Oh yeah, I don't even know what I'm doing here, right? Index.ammo. If state, then component. Component. Text I am lowercase man. There we go. And now instead of fixing my typo with a lowercase I wrote a whole sentence instead. That's where I am mentally today. Mm-hmm. Whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Sushi the answer to you too, Perky. I'm sorry, I never get around to look at your thing, Perky. I just have so much going on with this thing. I'm at least not gonna promise you that I will look at it, because, you know, that might not be true. Let's see what we can do here. Let's have a struct C. Wait, what the hell? I didn't know I could do that. That's amazing. That was just brain on autopilot. Oh my god. Alright, my life is not complete. Bowl. Yeah, got some bowling to do here. Main function. Oh, right. Somehow that happened. I don't understand what you mean, but that's okay. Right, default C. Bop. Okay. Yeah, that's one more bug, by the way. Error on line 2, unregistered component comp. But it's not though, is it? That gets stuck in a loop, by the way. I mean, that could also be a thing, but I do feel like they are pretty much the same, though. CMP. Okay, so now we need to add a key down event or an on key event here. And we're gonna say state is true. But that's not the issue, okay? What we're gonna do here, I think what we have to do is send a message to ourselves. Tempi temporis temp. Who knows what that is? But it is not gone now. Tempi temporis temp. To do nothing. Okay, I can do nothing. Warn me about your existence. Twitch UI feels like something I shouldn't throw away just yet. Time step, thready, more like daddy thing, if you say so. Test game, tests, sim doodles, routing. Wait, routing problem is the one I want. Okay. All right, so I took this feature out, but then I returned it. All right, this thing should break now. There we go. It's the FPS set to 1, that's why. Ooh, cool. I did mod prog. I was like, are you guys ready to have the meeting? And they were like, no. I said, well, I'm starting to stream now. They're like, shit. And they just scrambled. It's like, quickly. Mod meeting time. Now or never. You are fired into space if you don't attend this meeting. So this is not about changing anything. We can get rid of half these things. It's about the message. Yeah, so it's the receiving of the message that is causing the grief. Okay, so that's what I'm doing wrong. So can we get this to fail then? Let's make a component here. Hey, component. C. We can use the basic state here. No, we can just use a bool, man. We've been through this now. Where are you? No, that's a component called comp. That's the template. That's gonna be C, and that'll be false. Yeah. Damn. All right, we need to make C here. Okay, struct C. Okay. You probably did something like x.y on a string. I like that. I know I did. Shut up. I can see it. I will fix that eventually. Okay, so if we issue a key press here, we should get into a spot of trouble. And hang on, we need a message as well. Hello, Suyash. How you doing? I'm good. I feel a little bit confused in the brain. All right. So we're just gonna run this thing for a few frames, okay? Let's do one called frames here. Or next frames. Count usize. And then we'll do 0 to count dot map. I'm gonna get in the neck from stupid fucking. Okay, for whatever in that. There we go. So we can just skip some frames then. We just throw 10 frames in there, right? So that's gonna be a bunch of no and then a stop. All right, okay, now I want this thing to break. So we're gonna take the context, components, by name, and now we're gonna find ourselves, because this is a journey in introspection and reflection of who we are and our place in the world. And we're gonna send a message. Now we have done so. Whew. That's cool, waifu goy. I think the thing that puts me off with Game Maker, and maybe you can shed some light on this, right? Because I haven't really used it, right? So I'm not gonna say too much, right? The way that Game Maker works is that you have this built-in editor, and everything is like this large canvas of nodes, right? So is it like that? Do you have to use the built-in thing, or can you just go nuts and do whatever, right? There we go. It's Gamedle time. All right, nice one. Nice one. Oh, classic. So you can you use your, oh, this is prototype. Can you use your own? Is it the second one? No, it's not even the first one. Oh no, I was too quick. Oh, I don't know what this is. Ink blob? No, that would have been insane. If it was. Oh, what's that? Is it like the painting horror game, or is this like a Mickey Mouse thing, or is it the painting horror game? Which one is it? Yeah, I don't remember what this thing was called. Oh, Microsoft Paint, Miss Pac-Man. Yeah, I know Mickey, but I don't remember what the game is called. Epic Mickey. Damn it. We're doing artwork because I failed so miserably on that one. Breaking Bad? Medieval Breaking Bad? That game where you're a fish knight? Or you're a knight with a... No, it's not. Oh, what the hell is this now? This doesn't bode well. Okay. When Unreal Engine game design, you don't pay a license until you make 1 million. Or, yeah, but I mean, why do you think I'm so poor, Bonan? Because, you know, I what's the point of making money if you're not going to make over 1 million, right? Oof, I bet you still feel that one today. But Godot's UIs and Unity is also the same, right? But go to Unity, you are basically just getting Godot's UI back again, right? I personally don't know enough about game dev. I don't have any experience in game dev, so I can't say anything. I'm just procrastinating here. The hell is this? There's no way I know what this is. Really? Oh, I think I have a friend who actually played this, but I don't know. I never know the character. Okay, this is the nerd from the big key swinging twat. What's it called? Heart? No. Kingdom Hearts. Thank you, Kingdom Heart. And I don't know what the person is called. No, maybe not. I might have been wrong there. Is this one of the Sonic games? Is this Sonic the asshole? I don't know. Or is it Jack and whatever? No. Who is the character now? Character number 6 doesn't mean anything to me, game. Who's the character? From Blinks. It's Blinks from Blinks. Okay, I have no idea. That's some shiny shoes you got right there. All right. Oh, there's 309 people who guessed it, right? Tetris movie was quite good. What movie is that? Rebel? Is it a documentary or is it a movie? I see now you just lost all credibility, waifu guy. And like you're gonna have to try to live that down. But that's okay. You have the rest of your life to correct that one mistake you made that will follow you through the rest of your life. It will echo through the times. Your children's children will remember this day. I'm done. Grandia is a fantastic game. Yes, a JRPG, right? And I vaguely remember someone having that, but I don't know. Apparently, everyone did. Never seen him before. Nope. Okay, hang on. Let me just click on the link here. Video game designer, 6 hours secure global rights for Tetris, into tennis negotiations with something. Yeah, I remember this. I have, so that's a movie. That's cool. I remember the story a bit about Tetris, right? That's cool. What a game, right? What an insane thing that was. You just have to polish your vocabulary, Skylar. You gotta know when to curse, okay? You gotta use it sparingly. For fuck's sake. Anyway, yeah, Lamau. Watch your lingo. Lamau. All right. Okay, so we're gonna send something to this guy now, and this is not gonna break yet, but we're going to see if it breaks now. Now we're gonna say state is true. Why aren't you broken? Okay. That should have broken it. Clutter is bad. Clutter is bad, but here's the thing though, waifu guy. I think every programmer, at least at some part in their journey as programmers, try to eliminate clutter. And I feel like I know Caleb is just joking, but there's a point to that, right? At some point, we programmers want to remove clutter, and I think the programmers who still try and who still want to are the library developers and designers, right? You see a mess, and instead of fixing the mess, you burn it down and you build a new mess on top of it. And it's a little bit like burning down your house instead of cleaning it, right? We're all guilty of doing that because we don't want the clutter, right? So we try to figure out how to have an uncluttered world. We have interfaces and traits and all these things, right? It sounds like all the other frameworks in library. Exactly that. It is exactly that. It is a desire to have an organized workspace, right? You want to know where everything is, but there's a fallacy here, right? If you worked on a project, all right, like this, those of you who got some experience out there, if you're young and you don't have the experiences, don't feel like this is a dig at you just because you haven't ruined your life yet. You'll get there too. Don't worry about it. If you are experienced and you're a programmer and you're a little bit older, then you have probably never worked on a code base that is very clean, very tidy, makes perfect sense, is incredibly intuitive from day one. If you say that you have, you're probably lying just to be a contrarian, so shut up. Every code base, every commercial code base becomes messy at some point, right? And this is not a problem with programming and people being shit. This is the fact that people don't program during the best days of their lives. People program during most days of their lives who are passionate about programming, right? So some days we write shit code. Yesterday, I implemented functions for Anathema in some insane record speed, and it felt like someone else was doing the work, and I was in this very spaced out place, and the code would just unfold and work, and it was insane and almost religious. But looking at it today or this morning, I was like, oh, I had to go and clean some things up, right? But you're going to write bad and sloppy code. That's just a fact. And if you think that you don't, then you're delusional and you're preventing yourself from growing. So don't do that to yourself. Accept that you have flaws and work to improve them instead of saying everything is everyone else's mess that they made and my code is always perfect, because that just makes you a twat, right? I know, plot twist, because I used to be that twat. I didn't stop either. No, it's see, this makes me think that you are not a very seasoned developer waifu guy, right? I don't think that you're particularly old and that you've been working in the space for a long time. I could be wrong, right? But when people say these things because they're looking at the... Oh, let me rephrase this. Any code base that is bigger than a few thousand lines of code is going to start getting messy, right? 10, 15, 20, 50, whatever the mark is, it starts to get messy, right? There is no way that you're going to work around that. And saying that code is horrible and disgusting and messy just means that you're looking for something that doesn't exist, right? Of course, when you move to a new project and you start working there, everything's going to be nice and clean because it's a fresh project. You haven't ruined it yet, right? But show me your 50,000 lines of code that is clean and tidy, right? It doesn't exist. I can't even imagine what a disgustingly interesting snake pit something like Windows source code is, right? Or what Firefox even looks like if you pop the hood on that thing, right? Or even worse, Chromium. What's going on there, right? I mean, everything's going to be a disgusting mess, but if everything's a disgusting mess, then everything can't be a disgusting mess, right? It's a fallacy. It's like saying that It's like it's looking for a perfection that you're never gonna uphold, right? If you're judging something by how disgusting the code is, rather than can we work with this and is it functional and can I work with this, you're actually placing yourself in a bit of a yes, your royal highness position. I will only deal with the finest artisanal crafted code, and then there is no code, right? Show me a code base that is sufficiently large, that is the most perfectly well-maintained code base with no code smells in it, and I'll give you nothing because it doesn't exist. I would, it doesn't work when it says action after it, Skylar, right? It doesn't work like a redemption. But I get it. I get it. Developers want to have clean code bases. Why? Because we have to spend a lot of our brain energy digging through existing code. There's a reason why people say you read more code than you write. Okay? And when you read code, when you have to read code, and you have to read other people's code, and it's not great, then that is tiresome. But you gotta remember that people are gonna read your code too, and it's gonna be shit as well, okay? They're gonna have the same feelings reading your code. They're gonna look at it and go, oh my god, why did you do this one thing here, right? It's just how people are. It's just people being people. And this is so much easier to ramble about than actually doing any work. But maybe I should do some work. Except Tempora's code. I've seen his code and he's never made a mistake in his entire life. Neither has Skylar. Accidentally just closed those pull requests. All right. Okay. So this is passing a test. We don't want this to pass a test. We want this thing to not pass a test. All right. So how can we make this not pass a test? We can do this. We can say the state is not state. Maybe this will break. It is not breaking. Why aren't you breaking? You're supposed to break. If I run this, I can get it to break. All right. And let's make this break without having... Oh, no, we need a secondary component in there, right? Yeah, but that's only if you can read Rust though, Freefall. To someone who's not a Rust developer, to someone who has no interest in Rust, their reaction tend to be, why is Rust's code so verbose? Why is it so disgusting, confusing, and gross and all that? To which, of course, there is no answer because it's a personal preference, right? But yeah, everyone's the same. Everyone's just a bloody freak. It's so wonderful. No, it's like, it's just accept. And I find that my life is a lot easier when I just accept the code bases are the way they are. If I have to work with them, it doesn't help to do anything else about it, right? But why aren't you breaking? You're supposed to be broken. Mierda. What's going on here? Okay, let's do another press here. Still not breaking. There is code that is somewhat worse than other code. Absolutely. Wait, what startup have you worked for? Name 2 startups you worked for where they've said okay to clean up the code, and these are actual startups now, okay? Because the startup experience is more like, welcome, we have no time to train you, everything's on fire, and we have investors we have to make some bullshit up to in their room. Stay calm, you're in charge of everything. Bye. Amazon and Twitch. Everyone's experience is different, okay? It's all good. It's all good. But why aren't you freaking breaking? This should break. Okay, we're gonna copy this into here. And let's go into main and throw away things we don't need. We don't need that. Okay, I'll have a park there, Enrico. I like that you've taken the simplest and sensible solution here. Someone in chat might be able to help you before I get to it. I am again, I'm working on like very reduced brain capacity today, so I'm trying to I've just saved this file 800 times now. Let's get rid of first as a thing. Let's just change it to a template and unwrap that. Shit, it doesn't break then. Okay, what do? You're gonna do nothing. We don't need anything for this guy. Component. Ow! That was the worst vimming you've ever seen. And that was the worst spelling of component you've ever seen. Yes, you're broken. Okay, so it breaks and then it doesn't break. That's because it can't get focus. Is that why? What percentage of test coverage you feel reasonable for enterprise code? I don't. That's an impossibility again. So test coverage depends on a bunch of things. But the moment something becomes a fixed number, set in stone, or religion, it has failed, right? 100% test coverage, you're a fool, and your future is going to look very bleak, right? 0% test coverage, because test doesn't matter, tests don't prove whatever, that's also foolish. You're gonna have test, right? It's a lot easier to spot immediate regressions if you have test. I don't know how you can argue against having test, right? That's just weird, but whatever. So test coverage makes sense to have, and the reason we might want to measure test coverage is because we want to see that, oh wow, we have 2% test coverage. That's not good. But other than knowing that you don't have enough test coverage and what is enough, some arbitrary number. It depends entirely on the complexity of your application. Is it a banking application? Oh, right. Is it your new implementation of Microsoft Paint? Then who cares, right? Is it your Twitch bot? Who cares? No one cares, right? So there is no reasonable percentage of test coverage that is like, we should never. Oh man, I just walked into that one, didn't I? We should almost never strive for absolutes or things that are straight answers to complex questions, right? Should you punch people? No. All right, cool. But if someone is repeatedly punching you and the goal is to do it until you die, maybe yes. But should you go and punch a baby? Also yes, if that baby deserved it, right? Now you know. Cancelled on a Friday? No, there is no correct amount of anything that can be applied to every situation. There is no thing that you should always do, and there's no thing you should never do, except working with absolutes in programming, because you would just get disappointed. But I do like the question. You should always punch your bits to toggle them. That's right. They'd be like 1, 0, 1.5. Damn you, qubits. Okay. Whatever project manager whoever asked me what percentage of code coverage we should strive to achieve, I wouldn't have an idea. No, and that is the correct answer, right? Then you ask them, okay, what does code coverage mean to you, and why do you think we need it? And then they go, I don't know, you tell me. And then you go, well, code coverage is useful to know if a large portion of our code base is untested, but there is no fixed number that is good. If they insist on you giving them a number, then just make something up that is suitable to the situation, right? Again, banking software, maybe a high number. MS Paint, maybe not that high a number. When a measure becomes a target, it needs to be a good measure. Yeah, that sounds profoundly good. I like it. Hole punch. Hi. But I like that we are having these conversations, though, because they are a lot more convenient than dealing with this bullshit. Okay, so doing this doesn't work because the Um, doing this with a template doesn't work because it doesn't accept focus. Is that it? Template. Oh, baby, it's a messed up world. Yeah. Oh. There is something that is happening. I know how to fix it. I just don't know why it's breaking here. I need some music into all of this, right? All right, let's vibe a little. I know how I can break this. Let's break it by doing something even more dumb. Don't we have that? Oh, no, that's not. I reckon we can make this break by doing that. No. Are you the culprit? I need a drink. Okay, well, this break now here. No. Why doesn't this break then? Come on. Come on. All right. Ugh. Okay. No. Come on. Have we really had enough time to study that? Okay. on the unrendered component. Yeah, so yeah, the cycle has to go at the end, not at the start. I don't remember why I moved it the other day, Skylar, but that is the regression. And I need this to fail so I can fix it. I see. No, this is not about focusing. This is about just sending a message to oneself when there is a component, right? So if we go and look at this thing, all this component does there it is. When you press a key, it sends a message to itself. All right, forget the focus thing here. Let's just do that. See, it still breaks. It has nothing to do with that, right? It's just that we need to do something here. Also, this shouldn't happen, but that will suffice. If we set it to first, I think it will still break. No, it won't break if we set it to first. Then we need to set it to something different. The issue is the if statement in combination with. So let's look at the template then. So we're starting off with false and then we're setting it to true. Okay, let's start off with true then and set it to false, right? Maybe this will suffice then. Oh, stop working! Break already, you bastard! Oh, thank you. Oh, yes. Okay. Finally. Man. Thank you for that, Skylar. Okay, can we go back to making this just a bool then? We're going to reduce this as much as we can. Yeah. All right, we don't need you or you. What is struct C? The struct that comes before struct D and after struct B. It's just a component. Oh, I think we need that next in there. No. But now I'm gonna stop this from failing by restoring that to its glory. And now it doesn't fail anymore. Wait, it does fail. Oh shit. I didn't read the error message. Temporis, help! Okay, we have to backtrack a little bit and see if we get this to break again. Okay, maybe we need to have that then. Yeah, we have to have a value, right? But you can't have a study and then say likely, right? Then you're not proving anything. I'm not arguing against the valid. Well, yeah, forget that. I think this thing can also be applied to just doing maths in your head, right? So I do a lot of macro calculations with my food, and I have a notepad in the kitchen. So before I eat a meal, I place everything on a scale like a big loser. Then I note down the values. So 375 grams of butter and blah, blah, blah. Then I eat the meal and then I put everything back on the scale. And then I look at what the values are now. And then I do the reduction, right? And the first day I did this, I realized how bad I've become at doing subtraction in my head, right? It's just bad, right? I definitely think that LLMs will make us more lazy. When you stop using something, you lose it, right? If you don't use it, you lose. I've heard that. Okay. But I think that's just the same as like if you don't walk, if you don't use your muscles, they will atrophy, right? If you don't go for walks, you just sit down all day, sofa, bed, desk, you work from home, you get no movement in your body, then you can't be angry when you suddenly get fatigued from walking down the stairs. I'm not far away from that, right? Or when you get older and your joints hurt more because you have less mobility because you don't use it, right? When you injure a part of your body, you will change your behavior. This is from my physiotherapist. He's a very clever guy. When you injure a part of your body, you stop doing certain ranges of motions, right? Let's say you hurt your shoulder. So you stop stretching your arm up, right? And the more you stop stretching your arm up, the less mobility you have. So where you can go today might just become that next, right? You're never going to be as bad as you can't raise your shoulder, but you will lose mobility if you don't use it. You can train that back up again. It's not permanent, right? So yeah, if you use an LLM to do everything for you, then you don't have to think for yourself. And a person who doesn't have to think for yourself is going to train themselves to not think. That's just a given, right? You get used to doing something, you're expecting it. You stop doing something, you stop expecting it, right? I can totally see how using LLMs will be bad for that, right? It's like how we don't really read anymore either, right? Okay, so we have to have a value, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Why is it specifically with a value that this happens? Wow, that's such a good song. But I've heard a lot of it now. I'm gonna have to rotate my playlist a bit, right? You don't read anymore? I don't read as many books as I used to, right? When I was a kid, I had to read to fall asleep, right? I'd usually just fall asleep lying on the book sort of jammed under the pillow and then just, right, sleep with a book. And I could read just about anything, right? A newspaper, a book, it didn't matter. I just have to read something to fall asleep. I read a lot of books and enjoyed it. Some books I read during the daytime. So I was always reading in bed. But some books I started reading during the daytime that were great. When I was a kid, I loved Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card. I reread it as an adult and it's not amazing. But if you're a young person and you like that kind of stuff, Ender's Game is a great book, right? When you read it as an adult, you'll be like, yeah, a lot of child abuse, but okay, right? So I really think it's it's something that we don't do anymore, right? Because everything is a video, everything is a documentary, everything is, I started watching the Murderbot series now. I read the book a couple of weeks ago. It's a small book, the first one, and it's a decent read. It's quite funny. But the series, I feel like they haven't captured any of the funny aspects. So there are nuances that you lose, right? I don't think the series is particularly funny at all, almost. Whereas the book was really funny. You have this like robot driven by anxiety, and it's like he's avoiding eye contact because it makes him uncomfortable, and he's a robot, right? And it's a hilarious concept. But when you watch the movie or the TV show, it's just awkward. Like you kind of just you first of all, you have no idea why he's feeling awkward or avoid eye contact. You don't know why he's like constantly looking away and doesn't want to look anyone in the eye. That doesn't come across, right? But reading, I do a lot less reading now. And it's not just books, it's also educational material, right? I mean, we got the Rust docs, the standard library on tap, right? That one is important, but I haven't read a blog post in a long time that I found meaningful or good. And I don't care about, it's not like the old dead internet theory, everything's generated by AI. It's not about that. It's just that everything is now video, right? I think I've read every single book that Terry Pratchett wrote. May he rest in peace. Some of them better than others. My favorite series was with Death, right? I think Death is such a wonderful character in his books. Rincewind is pretty good as well. Rincewind, Rincewind identified himself as a racist because he ran everywhere. I think that his books are great. And if you like Terry Pratchett, you most certainly will like Douglas Adams, right? It's kind of hard to like one and not the other, right? The Glod Appendix? No, please refresh my mind there. So I didn't care much for the vampire stories, moving pictures, and this weren't great. The Post Office series was all right. Vimes Night Watch was all right. Does it matter if somebody's a racist if the books are good? I mean, that's a question. That's a question about what you do. I don't know which Richard you mean, though, Perkins. You wouldn't stop listening to Kanye West because of what he does. I don't listen to Kanye West. I never have listened to Kanye West. I can't tell you the name of a song made by Kanye West. That's not because... that's more because it's not... Like, pop music isn't really my jam, right? More than anything, right? I can't name a single song by Taylor Swift, okay? Can you? Without looking it up, right? It was about the Discworld's Queen of King Midas. Now you need to give me more to go on, right? He's written a lot of books. He was cursed at having everything he touched turn to gold, to Glod instead of gold, and Glod turned out to be an angry dwarf. Okay, I might not have read that. It's is that a freestanding book or part of a series? I mean, it's like this, right? If it's not as black and white as it was an appendix. I mean, I did remember reading something that was kind of a jumble of stuff, but maybe, right? Encyclopedia Galactica, right? Philip K. Dick. Do robots dream of electric sheep, right? I don't remember if I read anything by him, though. Arthur C. Clarke and his Time Machine, yeah. Claff? Oh man, I don't remember that either, right? If Apple doesn't... Oh yeah, the books are wildly different though, Bonen. Now I read the books when I was quite young, but there are so many weird takes on things, and it's not a bad way. But I would say that reading the books and watching the series, I mean, there's like a common theme, but that's kind of where it ends. I like the series and I like the books. Man, you're gonna have to find the book free for, because I have no. I know the content of Clatch was there, but is this like is this based on the Conan storyline, or I don't know, right? But so would you stop listening to someone who's a racist or reading something by someone who's a racist? I don't know. It depends on what it is, right? If it's a good recipe for something, then you probably store it. if it like the moral values of Adolf Hitler, then you probably wouldn't, right? It's very dependent, right? I wouldn't listen to anything by an individual who has done something disgusting where the idea of the individual puts me off, because that would impact how I feel about whatever creative work they come up with, right? But then again, I don't know a lot, right? I hate Gary Glitters in season again, or Jimmy Savile, right? I don't know what people have and haven't done. It's a bit like buying your clothes from a store and then you find out that that store employs 100% sweatshops, right? Like your clothes were made by little babies. Would you still go there or not? The question isn't just about what your moral compass is telling you, right? It's also what your wallet is telling you, because you might not be able to afford to make that choice either, right? It's very difficult, right? Yeah, that's the Night Watch storyline. And he then becomes promoted and goes to the where's the woods where the vampires live and all that stuff, right? He goes there with his wife, and there was a whole story there as well. No, there was a lot of them, right? I think I don't think my kid would like Discworld, but I loved it as a kid. I thought it was great, right? I mean, that becomes a question though, Bonan. Like, what do you any classic American author? Not really. So I might have read Moby Dick or whatever, but probably like Oliver Twist, Mark Twain. These things. Well, one was a character and the other one was an author, right? These aren't really things that I strive for or remember reading in school or anything like that. I read apparently everyone read the Orwell. So I read Orwell's 1984 when I was a kid. It did not make a lot of sense to me then. It makes more sense to me now. Animal Farm, I read that one when I was a little bit older. And that one, you understood what happened with the pigs and everything. And you he wasn't very subtle what the whole undertone was. But again, it's not like a book. I'll be like, wow, this is a great read. And people can defend this. Oh, it's an important perspective into the tyranny we live in now and how corrupt everything is and whatever, right? Or the communism or whatever, right? Do whatever, take whatever you want from it, right? But I read a book because I want to be entertained, right? That's why I read a book. Witches Abroad. Okay. The Witches series is probably the one that I remember the least of. What was it with the witches and the hats and the brooms, and she was getting old and she was preparing to die. It's just such a I don't remember. It was like two witches and then a third one turned up, a young witch, right? But I don't remember the Witches series that well. All right, my goodness. Margaret. Wow, I just don't remember so much of this here, right? When I started the book club, I don't think anyone in this stream is interested in a book club, especially not with me. I don't have deep, insightful takes on books. Like I said, I read books that are. Oh, thank you for the sub, these legends. By the way, thank you so much for that. I totally missed that in my ramblings. Thank you. I appreciate that. I read books to be entertained, not to have any like life-changing meaningful thing. There are some books that I've read that are kind of going in that direction though, right? I started reading Atomic Habits, but turns out I'm perfect. I don't have any habits that I need to change. But it was an interesting book, and I would recommend it even though I didn't read it, because I thought it was an interesting thing to explore. I read The Stolen Focus. That's a book that would depress you until you forget about it. But other than that, I read mostly fiction, and I do it because I want to take a break, right? When you live your life online a lot, like I do here now, you get exposed to a lot of stuff, right? You get exposed to a lot of conversations and a lot of things. Some days, I just, some days I get bombarded with messages about how terrible everything is. And then my wife comes home from work and tells me how terrible everything is. And I just don't have it in me to onboard all this terrible stuff. And it becomes a little bit overwhelming, and that's when I want to read or do something to just detach myself from reality for 20 minutes and just decompress and relax, right? So that's why I read, is to space out for a bit, right? And let my mind wander. Have you read the Anarchist Cookbook? Yes, but I was a child, so I don't remember much of that either. Man, I don't remember any of this, but I have read Witches Abroad. I just, oh man, maybe I have to reread these ones. Did you finish reading it? Finish reading which book? Honestly, it's probably for the better that you don't do a book club. I remember when Lex Friedman shared a list of books he read and wants to read on Twitter and got a wave of hate for it. Well, I mean, like I said, the books I talk about, thank you, Riz. The books I talk about are fictional books, right? If you don't like a fictional book, that's fine. And the fact that people get so invested and put so much stock into what someone else thinks about whatever it is, right? No one has any answers, okay? Let me tell you this straight up now. If you think that someone else has the answer, they don't. We're all equally fucked and confused from the point that we're born to the point that we die. We look at the world through a tiny, tiny keyhole, and we have no idea what's actually going on around us, and then we get old and die, hopefully, right? That's the truth. That's the reality. There is no one can predict the future. No one has the answers, and this is why I get so angry with all the bullshit, okay? Some people are more wrong than others. Yes. So when it comes to that, we're gonna sort of go away from this conversation, because this is one of those things that the wife brought home in a conversation with me that made me a bit livid. If some idiot spouts 1,000 stupid ass things every freaking day, of course, by sheer luck, they might be right once. That doesn't mean that they're always right, okay? Okay? If a person is right once, that doesn't mean that everything they say is going to be right and everything they have said was right, okay? A broken clock is right twice a day, right? If you don't understand what that means, that's because you're too young to know what a clock looks like. Anyway. Oh, my kids probably recently started with that, right? No, I think at the age of 3, that's not gonna happen, right? You're not gonna get a lot of love for the literature at that age. It's at the age of 3, it's probably more interesting that you hang out with them and tell them a story, right? I didn't even used to read to my kid. I would just tell her shit, right? We had like this story going on. I actually started writing some of it down, but I never gonna release that. You're gonna have to explain how that works to me, Freefall. How can it be? Oh, I see. Well, it depends. It depends on what time it's stuck at, though, Freefall. If it's 12 o'clock, then no. Okay, let's get back into this thing, right? But I watch other streamers, and I feel very lucky when I do. It's a bit gratuitous. It's a bit of a guilty pleasure for me to watch someone else stream, and I see what a bunch of assholes their chat is, and then I think about you guys and how you're not most of the time, and that makes me quite happy. And I'll be like, I got such an easy gig as a streamer because I didn't have to put up with a lot of this bullshit that some people do, right? yeah, I'm actually quite lucky in that sense. I don't know what that one is, Perkins. Okay, hang on. Is this wait, why did this work? Oh yeah, it doesn't. It's because I changed that, right? So this doesn't work unless we wait, does it work? No, yeah. So we need to have that. Okay, cool. How you doing, Scott? Sorry, I did see the Anne Rice thing, and I thought about the '90s movie, Interview with a Vampire. What is that still good today, or is that just shit? Would you prefer to have nice viewers and live the life you live now, and have 10,000 assholes that swat and hate mail you, but you are a multimillionaire? That question is quite good and difficult to answer, right? So what I do for other people, right? And other people are my family in this case, right? I want to become successful on YouTube because I want to give my kid that YouTube plaque to hang in her room because it will blow her mind. I want to do things that impresses my wife and makes her happy. And if I had multiple millions, I could certainly surprise my wife once with something really cool. But the swatting, I couldn't put my family through that. So I think if that happened while they were home and how terrified my child would be, that would kind of be insane. And these are the things that people who do the swatting thing, they don't seem to understand that. So you have to be a sociopath to do it, right? Because you have no idea what impact this has on someone's life. You think it's a funny joke, but I remember hearing somewhere that someone had, during one of those SWAT raids, that had launched a flashbang through a window and it had landed in a baby's crib. What the actual what? Okay, right? So I don't know, Bonan, right? If I could do a big stream for 10,000 assholes and I would get it doesn't have to be $1 million for it, right? But I would get like 100,000 for doing it. Then and I would get swatted in the process. Then you're basically asking, would I, as long as my family's not home, so would my family, or would I put up with having someone burst in through the door and point a gun at my face, where I would literally shit myself from the experience? Would I do that once to give my family something, like a really good surprise? Then yeah, I would. Would I want to do it daily? No. I mentioned this before. I used to make a decent amount of money, right? I used to make hundreds of pounds a day as a consultant, and I wasn't rich, but I had a very comfortable lifestyle, right? I'd never had to worry about money, and I was so unhappy, very very much unhappy, a lot unhappier than I am now. My wife is a lot happier that I'm no longer a consultant as well, because when I was miserable, it didn't make her life any better either, right? Oh, look, there's daddy bastard asshole again, sitting in the sofa being miserable. How fun my life is. You want to do something? No. Let me die in peace. Che drammatico, no? Vale, ne va. Okay. What the fuck did I just miss? I haven't heard of multimillionaires getting swatted. I don't hear about... The last person I heard getting swatted was that German Linux developer here on Twitch. It's always someone who doesn't have that kind of money. Do you need to have a lot of money to get swatted, though? The books are great and the movies tripe. Fair enough. If you're a multimillionaire, you can just move somewhere else and keep the new location a secret, right? Yeah, but I mean, that's a little bit like saying if someone steals your car and you have insurance, don't worry about it, right? That's still more than an inconvenience. Okay, Deep Throat, I'm gonna ask you what you're on about because this looks very, very concerning and I want to know if I have to delete these messages or if there's some context I'm missing here, okay? We stop on millions, let's aim for high trillions. Yeah. I think by now SWATers know exactly what happens. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna clear the chat here now, okay? So I'm sorry if I missed some messages, but I just don't want that. Even if that was some kind of joke that was okay and I missed the point of it. To me, I don't see it, so I'm just gonna clear that. Thank you. Let's just keep it a bit civil. Okay, so we managed to replicate the bug. And now we have a test for it. And once we have a test for it, we can fix it, right? Sorry, Freefall. Don't you think you adjust your lifestyle a bit and would live all the same as before? If I got $1 million in my bank account, it wouldn't change that much for me other than the joy I would get from doing things for my family, right? And a boat. I'll probably buy a boat and we can start streaming from the boat. It would be the short and unsuccessful adventures of Togglebit, lost at sea 3 days in, and the worst part is the boat was on a lake, right? But I mean, you'd be able to sort out the downstairs toilet better. With $1 million, well, we're gonna move anyway, but with $1 million, I would just make sure that I had the extra space in my streaming room and I would buy an SMB7, right? An SM7B. That's what I would do if I had the money. There's nothing else that I need, right? There's nothing else that... Would I buy a car? Maybe, but I would buy a shitty car. I would spend like 1,000 or so on a car so I could drive to the gym when it's cold and miserable outside. Those are my expenses. My computer's great. I don't need one. My phone is older than most of you people. I don't want a new one, right? My gear for streaming is good. That's like there's literally nothing I have or I need. Shit, my life's perfect. What do I do now? That's all right. That's all right. If you had $1 million, you would have to pay lots of taxes, possibly, but it wouldn't be more taxes than money, right? So that's okay. What about a Threadripper? A Threadripper won't speed up your Rust compilation, though, right? Because there's only so many compilation units in parallel you can run, you can process, right? So why a car can e-bike? No, I already have an electric bike. The problem is when it's cold and miserable outside, a bike is not pleasant, right? Why not have a home gym? I think it's important to leave the house every now and then. As a matter of fact, if I could, I would have my office and YouTube/streaming, whatever. I would have that in a separate building. It wouldn't have to be somewhere else, right? Like it wouldn't have to be far away from my home, but even just building a small something outside, I probably would do that, right? If I had $1 million, I would probably build in my garden my actual office. And I would do it myself. And I would love it. The only thing I would pay for is having someone install their electrics. And if I'm gonna have $1 million, I can afford to put plumbing and a toilet in there as well, right? So it can explode during a stream, right? But everything, once the foundation was laid and stuff, I would build everything else myself, right? And I'd love it. I think that would be really fun. Yeah. But again, all the things that I want to do and I would do for others don't require $1 million. I mean, $1 million would be wasted on me, right? And I also don't. People with lots of money telling me how much their jeans cost, their shoes, their car, their phone. These things don't really impress me. They used to, and I used to be that kind of person myself, right? Me and a friend of mine, we were sort of shooting for career, right? And I grew up, I was gonna say I grew up poor, but not poor by a lot of standards, right? My dad was working, my mom wasn't working, and they had me and my brother, and we were both assholes that broke everything all the time, so they had to buy new shit. Now, didn't make a lot of money, and I remember like the insane thing is there was a guy who used to make fun of me because my mom always bought everything on sale. So when there was like a sale, she would buy it, and he used to make fun of me for doing that. But his family was also poor and very broken. But I guess that's just how kids are, right? But I didn't have a lot of money, so I thought that it was wrong, right? That you were not doing right in life if you didn't have a lot of money. That's how I grew up thinking, because I was like, obviously, you know what the one thing people fight about the most, right? Is money. We have no money fights in this marriage ever whatsoever. I'm here doing this, okay? And there is no part of my wife that's gonna storm in here and go, "You useless asshole," right? Go and make some money, right? She'd never do that to me. We have shared economy, and neither of us care about having large quantities of money, right? So because of that, we never have any fights about money. But when I grew up, I thought not having money was something wrong. I started getting my first jobs doing IT stuff and realized that it was pretty easy to climb the ladder to a certain point. So my salary just went up pretty fast until I felt like I could do better as running a business. I started doing that. And I did do better, and I had money, and I wasn't getting any happier. There wasn't anything less wrong with my circumstances, right? Because I had money. So no, really isn't that interesting, right? I never had $1 million, right? I never had $1 million in my bank account and felt like I need more money or anything like that, right? I've not been rich in that sense, right? But I've been making enough money that I didn't have to care about money. And as much as that aspect of your life is convenient, the way you make money might not be, right? You can leave the house when it's not miserable outside too, right? But having a home gym is bad, right? Being forced to go somewhere is good. I haven't been today though, because I had no sleep almost. Outside is scary and frightening. I think we need to go outside more, okay, and see that it's actually quite normal out there. Garden office sheds are popular. Yeah, and I'd love to have one, right? What about making tiny software company which builds? I've done that already at Rebel, right? This is my second company. I'm the owner of my second company now. I'm a part owner in 1 billion companies that have gone under. No thanks to me, by the way. But I did a lot of, you pay me a little bit less and I get some equity in your useless company kind of deals at the beginning of my contracting career. It's a crapshoot. You're never gonna get any money out of it. So I did that for a bit and learned not to do that. But yeah, sure, Scott. Why not? I know a streamer that has his streaming set up in a converted shed separate from the house. Yeah, I'd love to have that freefall. Right? I'd love to have that. I'd love to build that. Right? I just need someone to pour the concrete because I don't think I would do a good job with that. I can do like small concrete bits myself, but pouring a foundation, making sure it's level. Probably want a professional to do that. But everything else, putting up walls, ceilings, and all that stuff I'll do, and then have someone do the wiring because I don't want to die. And I want it to be up to code as well, right? We can buy half a house for $1 million. Oh God, yes. You can buy a lot of house for $1 million. You don't need $1 million. You can buy a lot of house for a lot less, right? You can buy an entire for $1 million. Yes, I think it's because people used to get married out of some kind of obligation. Yeah, I mean, marriage was a technology, right? Or it's a technology, isn't it? I like that. If you guys haven't seen The White Underbelly with the divorce lawyer, it's actually pretty good. He's quite a character. Are you ever going back to professional programming? I don't know, Phil. I mean, I thought about it for the same reasons that I would accept being swatted for $1 million, right? I thought about it because it would alleviate some stress from my wife, and it would allow me to give things to my child. My child never asks for anything, right? Or if she does, it's like, can I have an ice cream? Okay. She's never like, can I have a bike? Can I have a video game? Can I have a new phone? She never asks for anything. And because of that, I want to give her everything, right? And the same thing with my wife. She never asks me for anything, which is why I would do anything for her, right? So having lots of money only means something to me if I can do these things for my family. But if it means that I will be constantly miserable, misery spreads, right? Misery spreads. I almost went back to commercial programming when the wife came home and she was so fed up with her job. She was almost crying. Kids were being assholes. What a surprise. And parents are being assholes. Equally surprising, right? It's like, oh, your kid set fire to the school and killed someone. No, my kid never do that. He does, the dishes at home when we tell him to. And we told him once when he was 4, he broke everything. But he would never do that. Here's proof. Your child is trying to burn down the school right now. That's him with the matches. No, that's not happening. But you can see him. No, that's not happening. That's how some people are, right? And in certain circumstances, it's just where you are as a teacher. And I just said, look, baby, you don't want to do this anymore. You quit tomorrow. I will call up an old client. I'll do whatever if you don't want to do this, because I get to do what I want to do. I get to spend 3 years building terminal applications, okay? If you don't want to work anymore, it's my turn, okay? We take it. So for a while, it was me working. She was going to school. Now it's her working and me doing this. It's all about, like, what do you want from life, right? Mental health is the most important. Absolutely. It's so important. So important. But I would do commercial work if it was... So the things that are good, right? I would do work for a company I believed in, right? If someone came to me and said, look, dude, we have this amazing idea. We want to build this and we're open to change and all these things. Are you interested? I would genuinely consider it, right? If someone had an idea and they don't try to pay me an exposure, then we're just like, no, thank you. But if someone wants to hire me or my corporate entity to build something, and it's something that I think is good and believe in, then yeah, I would definitely consider that for 2 reasons. 1, I would be contributing to something that's good, and 2, I would be able to give my family things that I think they deserve, right? That's it. How about DIY restoration of a villa in Spain? Dude, I would go there and chainsaw a finca at the drop of a hat if that was an opportunity, right? If I was given the opportunity to do that, I would probably not even think twice. And the thing is, my wife would be okay with that. She'd be like, all right, it's your turn, but you better bring in the money. Let's go, right? Let's go. Let's go to Spain. We go there, sort this out. Yeah, that's my favorite one, right? But it used to be a lot more prevalent back in the mobile phone days. The onliners be like, oh yeah, I have this great idea for an app. How much are you gonna pay? Kill me, right? Kill me. How much are you gonna pay me? Wow, that was a slip. When are you gonna kill me? How much are you gonna pay me? And they're like, oh, I mean, like, you get some shares in the company, all right? But I want money. But we don't have any money. Is that because your business is worth nothing? Yes. Whoops. Huh. How did that happen? Can we get the error again? I don't see it here. All right, let's just restart this. How much for the Crazy Frog ringtone? I don't understand. You want me to make make you the Crazy Frog ringtone? That already exists. I don't know. It did. There's a part of me, Freefall, that is playing that in my head right now, and I'm not loving you for it. Okay, I just gotta let you know. There you go, man. On topic. If you get back to commercial programming, you will work on AI stuff. No, I don't think that's a thing. Does it have to be AI? That doesn't sound like something I'd be interested in. I actually had a call with someone the other day who wanted to do something with AI, and I just told her that I'm not the right person to answer these questions, right? But come Monday, I will do some sponsored AI stuff on stream, by the way. So Monday, we're going to have a sponsored segment for half an hour or longer. All right, depends on how much fun we have with it. But that's going to be AI-centric. So you should tune in for that. C#. There's a lot of Python in the UK. I wonder when ModProg said that. Oh, context. Their codes lacking context make them good. And no idea how long that was. He went off on the principle for my son being in a fight the day before a kid was taunting him by saying he and his favorite customer engaged. He came home upset and said they did not know if he could take the kid saying that again. The principal talked to them both and said it would be okay. I told him he did not have to put up with that crap. The next day, the kid not only said again, he recruited all his friends also. Yeah, it's a very complicated situation when that happens. Can you do more advertisement for it so people know to come Monday? No. I think the reason I say no, Bonin, is because I'm gonna do this on Monday and I have no obligation to announce this, but I'm doing this for free for them anyway, right? So I feel like I've done more for them by even mentioning that than not, okay? Made sure it's Monday. Oh yeah, the thing is, I was gonna release Anathema, and I'm so tired, and I have to go to a birthday party on Sunday. There's no way I was gonna do a sponsor stream this week, right? Those of you who watched the stream yesterday, I was completely broken at the end of it, right? I looked like I was dying, right, at the end of that stream. Okay, we're gonna have another component here, so we can probably just do this inner, and then. We can take this. There we go. All right. No, I don't listen to that. And it's broken. Okay, cool. All right, I don't think I can shrink this test anymore. It's a weird one, and I should probably figure out why it is. But I will do that later. So we're just going to move this to the end here. And now this test will pass. Let's make sure all tests are passing. Ooh, nice. Look at all these tests. But yeah, yesterday we added functions, and I asked if someone wanted to add functions to Anathema, and I think that I didn't think it was going to be particularly complicated, but the function that I asked them to add was just a permutation of the function I was adding, and it turned out to be quite a hot mess. So I told them not to do it, and I would do it, and I'm skipping the function I was implementing because it makes no sense. I was implementing a find function, and they were going to implement contains, but what's find going to do in a template language? Nothing, right? So I'm halfway through cooking up this function, here, which is quite chunky. So we're going to try to finish this one, right? So it's a sponsorship, but you don't get paid. No, I do get paid. Okay, so like this. They contacted me asking if I wanted to do a sponsorship for a given amount of time. The first thing I did was take the company name, put it into a search engine, followed by the word controversy, and nothing came up. So I know that I'm not dealing with anyone who's at least a public a-hole, right? So the company is not involved in anything seedy that I could see. So I said, yeah, I'll be interested. They said, great, get back to me with your rates, how much you would charge for a sponsorship. And I have no idea how much to charge for a sponsorship. So I said, how about $1 billion? And then you counter with a more sensible offer. And then I didn't hear from them. But they did get back to me in the end, because I thought first that maybe he didn't get the joke though, right? Sort might be useful. Oh, that's a good idea, Doddy. But that one's going to be equally different. So if you want to implement a function, do it on a copy type, right? Anything that can act on any of these values and nothing on any of the dynamic values, and you're good, right? That should be reasonably simple. When you get into this, and what we're doing now is horrible, okay? But yeah, so I did take a sponsorship, a sponsored segment, not a sponsorship. I did take a sponsored segment again because it's money that I can spend on the family, right, this summer. And I won't take a sponsorship with something that I think is immoral or unethical. Like certain games that are designed to just they just scour the world for whales to drain them, right? And I don't think that's ethical. I wouldn't do a sponsor segment for BetterHelp because they have proven not to be trustworthy. But small companies and things like that. I got one from a supplement thing and I read the ingredients of the supplements and they weren't too bad. I could have done that one because I do buy and consume supplements, but I find it really awkward to talk about that, to recommend that, because when you guys see me, I'm sitting down programming. I'm not lifting weights or running around or doing anything of the sort. And trust me, you wouldn't want to watch that. The kid did and got dropped. Yeah, I can't say whether I'm pro or against that, Scott, for obvious reasons. I was thinking about telling people in your chat that you have an event stream on Monday so they don't miss out if they want to be a part of it. I mean, I could tell people in my chat if I wanted to do that, but also it's not an event stream, it's a sponsored segment. So I don't think that's the same. If I had an event like on Monday, I'm going to do a hot tub stream where the hot tub is actually on fire. The stream will be very short. That would certainly be the event of the season. But me doing an advert live is not an event, right? But I do love your energy around it, though, Bonan. That is good. Hello, Cerberus again. How you doing? Well, you don't know that, but, you know. How about a function that takes a horizontal string and makes it vertical? Yeah, I don't know what to say to that, but a join function would be cool. Make it easier. I'm going to try to finish this one. It doesn't matter, Cerberus. It doesn't matter if the raid is 1, 10, or a million, right? That's why I never read out the raid numbers. A raid is a raid, and I appreciate it nonetheless. I need all the viewers on Twitch. I sent a PM to Prime and said, look, could you hand some over to me? But apparently I'm not interesting enough for some other bullshit, right? That did not happen, by the way. That was a joke. Okay. Let's see if we can get this working, though, right? We have a... Can we set up a test case for this thing? That would be pretty good, right? That one would also be good. So what do we need to call contains? We need some value kinds, right? So we can start off by setting up a haystack. So a list has a box list of value kinds, right? So this one would be simple. Okay, so we have like 1 and 2. We should write some convenience functions for this, right? Enjoy your lunch, right? Enjoy your lunch. And I hope you had a good stream and all. Thank you. Okay, so let's call this find function now. This contains function. So we need to pass in a slice of args. So we're just going to put the haystack in there, right? Actually, we can do this for the haystack. And the needle. And this thing is supposed to return a value kind true. So we can unwrap this and actually let's see if this even compiles. I think I might have missed something. Yeah. Oh right, yeah, we're passing in arguments. Not there's a dynamic list of arguments. Wait, what did I goof up now? Ah, right. Okay, so args would be haystack and needle. That's better. Okay, so we need to unwrap this. No. We need to assert that this is a bool value. And we can do this with matches. I think that should work. Yeah, there you go, right? So we have a test for that. Now, there's a... this is more a list contains int test. This is a list contains list, and that's going to be a little bit worse, right? So we make a list of lists. Okay, let's add a little bit of testing functionality to this. So let's go to functions mod, and down here we'll have a test module. So this thing is only going to be available during testing, right? So let's have a function for a list that takes an iterator. Which is t, and where t is into value kind, that has to have a lifetime. So we make, you know, yeah, no, that's sufficient. I think that should be okay. And we're going to return a value kind here with a static lifetime, right? What did I goof up here? That's what I goofed up. Oh, it took me a second. Okay, so we need to now make this. This is going to be an iterator where the item. I don't think we can say that. That's a bit of a stretch. No, we can. Okay, so let's have the items be a map of into, and we're going to collect this into a box of value kind. And then we're going to return a value kind list of inner. Oh, right. Okay, so we should now be able to make a list. If we go back to our list functionality here, we can now say that this list is actually a list, or rather super list of 1 and 2. No, we couldn't. Oh, we don't have value kind there. That's unfortunate and slightly embarrassing. No, wait, where's the list? That is not the right one. Okay, what am I missing here? Okay, right, so it wasn't allowed. I was just being very optimistic here. Okay, but can we make that work maybe by saying that there is another generic here where you implements into is that okay? It is not. Oh, it's test, right? Whew. Oh yeah. Let me show you Alicia. Just give me a hot second, and I'll see if I can get this compiling, and then I'll show you. And that's supposed to be super test. Not found. Oh shit. Okay, let's do this then. Ah, oh, so close. Right, no. You have to be an iterable. Still not. No, okay, sorry, that's definitely on me. So that should be imble into iterator. So then items into iter. That's more like it, yeah? Oh, beauty. Okay, so we don't have to write this long ass nonsense, right? So let's make another one here called, let's just grab this and make a copy of that. And we're going to call you int. And, or let's just call this... Engineering team. Oh, I see. That was a response to Marvin's on there, right? Okay, so what we could just do here is call this value where t implements that, and then that will be a val. Then we can still do that. And then val into. I feel like this might not be the same. So this would just be a value. Value, and we group these two. Is this okay? It is okay. Okay, right. So what is this project? This is a terminal user interface library that you can build and design terminal user interfaces with. It's also reactive, which is very cool. It means that when you change a state value, it will update what's happening on the UI side. And yesterday, we added functions at what was some kind of record speed, right? So let's have a look at some of this code, right? Oh yeah, I think this is, I think I threw this out, by the way. Yeah. So this was a drawing program, but we're gonna throw all of this away and start again, right? It wasn't difficult to do a drawing program, so we can certainly do that again if we want to, right? So the way this works is that, well, I guess we can just show by making a template first, right? This is just runtime setup. It's not something overly interesting to look at. It's just how we configure a runtime. We can decide on what kind of backend we're going to have, a test backend or a terminal. There's a thought that maybe in the future we have an actual graphical backend, but I'm not going to promise anything. Work on that thing has kind of ground to a halt for obvious reasons, right? All right, so here's our template, index.aml. If we look at index.aml, it does a bunch of things, but let's start from scratch here, right? So let's just have a text fields text label, right? Hello world. Very simple, okay? And I'll run this program and we can see, unsurprisingly, hello world, right? Let's run this and let's go to index. And yesterday we added functions. So now you can do .to upper on something and bam, it's uppercase, right? And also, obviously, do know that the program is running while I'm modifying the template and it just works, right? All right. Foreground. Let's have magenta here because no one ever loves magenta, right? And let's have another span here with a foreground of bright white that is bold and just shows an exclamation point, right? Because why not, right? So you can do a lot of these things and you can make really pretty interfaces with all that stuff if you want to. So there's that. Let's make italic true here. Yep, that works fine. But that's not the only thing, right? Let's say that we want to have some kind of reactive state when you do something, right? So let's start by having a struct called comp for component in this case, right? And we're going to have a struct called st for state. And this is where we're going to store a value, right? So let's put a counter in here. That's all it does. It's a value of some kind of number. It's not super important what it is, right? We don't need any of these fields because the component is going to do very little in that sense, right? To make this a state, we just have to say that this thing is a state and that's it. We can also write default here. So when we add this, it's going to be a little bit more convenient, right? So that's comp, but comp is currently not doing anything, right? So we have to say that comp is a component and the state of this is st, okay? And it has to implement default as well, right? Okay. Now, not a lot has changed, as you could see there, right? But what we could do in our index is now refer to the state, right? So let's skip this thing and just say state.value, no counter, which is 0. So it's not overly exciting. But we can now make something happen, right? So for instance, when I press a key, we're not going to care about which key we're pressing. We're not going to look at any of these things. Instead, we're just going to say that our state.counter plus equals 1. We need to get mutable access to the state. All right. So whenever I push a button, I change the state. And while that state is being retained while I'm doing things, I can, of course, add more. Yeah, that was the right thing to do. I can add more values here, right? I can do basic maths with these things, right? Plus 100 times 10, right? There's more stuff here, right? And all the state is retained while we're doing all this stuff, right? We can do to upper here, and then we can do to lower again, because why not? And then we do to upper because function chaining works, right? Well, I mean, it works because it's a string with a string with a string, right? I don't know what else we've added in terms of functions. I'm working on like a list thing, right? And of course, we have if statements as well, right? So we can say if the state counter is larger than, what is it now? 123, 130, 140, then we're going to show text saying, wow, your counter is so amazing. All right. Goes way past 11. Okay. And then nothing. There we go, right? All right, let's restart the program. And to be clear, so we know which one is the actual counter value, right? Look here for raw value, all right? There we go, right? So when we hit 140, more than 140, bam, there we go, right? There's a lot of things you can do. We have obviously examples in here. This thing will just use a it's just drawing a box, right? It's not overly exciting, but you can modify the speed. We have floating value support. It's using an easing function to do that. We have an example with buttons you can increment, but here you can even use the mouse to click the button if you want, right? I did a mouse drawing program earlier as well, right? And if you want to look at what this example looks like, we can look at the buttons example. It's it just changes the state depending on the event name. And if we want to look at the template, which is more interesting, right? We can see that the entire buttons example is made up of a singular component called buttons, and then we have inner buttons here, which looks like this. So they have themes, and you can change these things again while it's running. Target, debug, examples, buttons, right? So when I'm running this example here, okay, if I could just remember how a computer works. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Examples, buttons. We have templates in here. All right, we can change the way buttons look here, right? Let's make it red. Again, this is while it's running, all right? Which makes it super convenient when you actually prototype and build things, right? You can change the way borders look if you want, right? You can say border style is thick without the J. Now we got thick borders. We can make our own border style if we want to. All right. I missed the last one. There we go, right? You can make your own borders, right? You can use border drawing characters. There's no end to all the customizations you can do. Well, there is an end to it, obviously, but there's a lot you can do with this stuff, right? And everything is presented as these templates that you can just modify however you see fit. So when someone gives you a program and you go, I don't like the cut of your jib program, you can just change it to look the way you want it to look, right? So that's what we're doing. Doom and Anathema? Wow, that would be a thing, wouldn't it? How difficult is breakout? So this is more of an issue with how difficult is it to do breakout, because, all right, if we go into, oh man, I cannot talk to you right now. If we go into something like the okay, let me do you a very quick demo now then, okay? I'm not gonna take this all the way because I've done this already once, but let's do this. Let's go in here and grab the mouse event instead. We don't care about the key event. The key event's meh. Instead, we're gonna do a mouse event. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna get the position. Where is this position on inside the application, right? So mouse.position. Okay. Then in our index, we're now going to add a canvas here instead of all this stuff, right? So canvas, and we don't care about no foreground. So we're going to take our children, the child widgets and components under this thing. We have two things. We have elements and we have components. So we're going to grab elements. All right. Which element? We're going to grab by tag. What tag? The canvas. This is basically jQuery, okay? Well, it's not really, right? And we're going to grab the first element, right? Okay, so now we have an element that is going to have the same tag as canvas. What we really want is an actual canvas though, right? So canvas is equal to our element to canvas. All this is written out in the guide as well, how to do these things, right? So now all we have to do is take our position and translate them to a local position. So let local position equals canvas dot translate to their position. Okay. So now, because the canvas is not going to be in the top left corner, we have a border there instead, right? So we have to translate this. We have to offset this thing, right? And then finally, canvas dot put. What are we putting? We're putting a character and a style and a position. Okay, so the character can just be a plus sign. The style that we're going to put, so this kind of dictates what it is that we're going to put there. We're just going to put style reset, which is just the standard dark gray character thing, right? And at the local position, okay? So this entire program is just this, right? Everything else, this is just the base stuff from here, right? So this is basically the entire program. And if we run this now, it doesn't work because I didn't enable things, right? We have to enable the mouse. Otherwise, we can't do anything with that. All right, there we go. Here's your drawing program. Okay, it's a little bit naff because when I move the mouse, I'm drawing. So let's do one more change, right? If the mouse dot left button left down maybe, and if that's not true, then we return, right? Right. So if the left mouse button isn't down, so left button is true if the left button was clicked. Is left button is true if the left mouse button is down. So when I run this again, I can move around and I can draw. Whoop, right? Drawing program in the terminal in however many lines of code this is, right? Obviously, there's more lines of code than that, but in reality, that's all we need. We don't need this state, right? We can just get rid of the state, right? We get the component functions from the component trait. The only thing that we really implement is this. Everything else is just boilerplate, right? So yes, the entire drawing program is 54 lines of code. And if you want to add colors based on whatever, then that's easy enough too, right? Okay, let's do it. Let's do one thing here, right? Let's add colors to this. We're going to have color and we're going to have 4 of them, right? Just so we have something going for us, right? If mouse dot right down, then we're gonna set the active color, right? Active is U size. Okay, so we're gonna start off at 0. Then we'll say that our active is plus equals 1, and then we say that our active. What do we have to do here? Yeah, no, that's fine, right? We're just going to add 1 to it. That's all. So now to get the color, that's going to be self.colors. And we're going to use self.active modulo self.colors.len, right? So what that does is just when we go from 0, 1, 2, 3, and we're going to go to 4, but we start again from 0 because we do the module thing, right? I mean, you guys know what this is, right? So now we have a color. So let's have a style here. We're going to take our reset style and replace it with this style with 2 L's because it's styly apparently. And then we can tell the style to set the foreground to our color, right? Set foreground, please. Okay, so now we need to add some actual colors to this thing because it's just going to be 4 resets. So let's implement default for this thing, right? Default for comp. And our active starts at 0 and our colors is going to be color reset, color magenta because it doesn't know magenta, color yellow, and I got bored, so we're just going to reduce that to 3 instead, okay? All right. All right, apparently there's 2 L's in yellow, okay? So drawing, right click, drawing, right click, drawing, right click, drawing, right? So we just cycle the colors by right clicking. And now I'm just right clicking while I'm doing this thing, right? So yeah, the point is if you want to make breakout, you can use a canvas as something to draw on, right? And you would do all the blocks or whatever, right? You probably would do something like use ASCII block cars, 2 words, but you know, to do this stuff, actually box. This might be enough though, right? Yeah, you use something like this instead. So if I were to grab this, we might make our drawing program. Again, you could just make a brush out of this if you wanted to. I'm not going to push this any further, but now we have these blocks. Right. Anyway, easy enough. Okay. Insane GIMP clone. Most instant start. Yeah, it's the new Photoshop, right? I want to see TUI in Anathema. I don't know how to use that or what that would do, so that's gonna be hard. Make the pad follow your cursor. Have the ball fly through the screen. There's some blocks and breakout. Yeah. What, Rebecca Purple? No, the story is very sad. There are many sad stories. I thought about putting a reference to... There might be actually a reference to Lily here. Yeah. There's a reference to Lily here. Lily was one of my bunnies, and she died a while ago. So she lives on in here. She doesn't really live on in here. She's buried at the bottom of my garden, but you know. Oh, Lily. But Nonsense is still alive, and he's sleeping. He's upstairs having a snooze fest right now. Anathema Sprite, yeah. Oh, it's part of an example. Okay, so should we write the list contains list, right? When I do testing, I like to do these kind of functions because it makes the tests a lot more clean to read. If we look at something like this could be seen in where we do like expression evaluation. You can see that the tests are very short. We can write a lot of tests because they only take 2 lines. And it will evaluate expressions. It looks a little bit weird that they're evaluating the same thing, but this actually goes through the string, the 2-string functionality, so we know that it's the right evaluation, right? Evaluation of statements are a little bit more complicated, but the parsing of statements can be pretty tedious as well in how it's done, right? If you make your test easy to write, other people are more likely to write tests, right? List contains list. This one I'm a little bit concerned about. I don't know if we can do this. I think this won't compile. We might have to make 2 lists, right? So we have to make a list with a list in it. So we can put 1, 2 in one list, and then another list with 4 and 8 in it, for instance, right? Okay, so now what the needle has to be is an actual list, so we can make a list out of 4 and 8, and this should pass now, and it does. So we can do list lookups of lists, right? But there is something here. Thank you for the sub, by the way. Where's the RAM? All right, I totally missed that. I'm so sorry. I don't hear the notifications. I need to fix that. When they turn up on stream on the screen, sorry, but when I monitor them, it came out twice. So yeah. Hello, Wyra, how you doing? I fixed that bug you found. Please don't find any more. Okay, this one is really complicated because this one is a dynamic list. That means that there's a value list to be had in here. I don't even know if I can write a test for this thing. So list or dyn list contains. So we start with that. We can get our needle. We can get all this set up. Our needle's just going to be a singular value. We'll give it a 4 because why not? It is not yet, Wire. I have to finish this implementation first. Then it will be there. And this will bring functions and that bug fix and something else, some other improvements. So there is a good, hopefully. We just need to finish this implementation of this function and then I can push something. Now we need to make our haystack something else, right? So let's have a list in here, which is going to be a list from iter. I don't know if we can pull in a list here. We can. All right, let's give it an iter of 0 to 10. So that should definitely contain 4. We're going to make this into a value. So this is going to be a state. Whoops. A value. Now this value is a little bit quirky. There we go, because there are 2 value types there, not 300. Hello, Kabenja, how you going, mate? Right, so that's our actual list. We need to convert this list into a haystack now. So we need to take this list and get a pending value from there. So we can do list.reference. I think this should give us a pending value. So it does. And then we're going to take this and make this into our haystack. So this one is a little bit more complicated. So we're going to do value kind, dine list of this. Okay. Let's see if this test will compile. It does, but it doesn't work. And why is that? If we get a dine list, oh yes, this is now added. This is something you couldn't do until now. You can iterate over pending values in a state in an any list. That probably doesn't mean a lot to anyone, but if you're going off the deep end with this stuff, you might find some use of that, right? So what is it that actually happens here? Let's go through the contains for this, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to grab this code, dump it here, format that obviously, and then we're going to put a breakpoint here and step into this thing so we can see what this actually does, right? Making sure that we have at least or at most 2 arguments. So we can't have more than 2 arguments. We have only 2 arguments, right? So we have our haystack and our needle. This haystack should be our value kind or our dine list, and it is. And the needle is our info. Cool. Is it a dine list? Yes, it is. Is it a to any list? Yes, it is. We can now iterate. All right, I goofed up. Let's do that and let's rerun this. Okay, so we have ints and then we're going to do a check on here. So let's go through this. It's going to be a little bit annoying because we have to go through some functions here. All right, let's look at what the state value is now. Print out state value. It's sum 0. Okay, and what are we comparing this to, right? That's 4. Okay, so it should be okay once we get here to why doesn't it seem to do more than wait, did I goof up? We should have 10 values in there. If only it wasn't Epic Games, Bonin. I'm too lazy to set that up on the Linux. I don't know what their support even is like. This should run more than once. This thing should return an option. It does. Okay, so there's nothing inherently wrong with that. Let's step into this again and see if we can get this to run more than once, because I think maybe that's the issue. All right. No, there we go. Okay, since we're looking for 4, let's make sure that we can do this with 0. And let's see if this passes. It doesn't. Good. Because that means that this thing should fail here on the first one. So when we get here, we should be comparing 0 to 0. All right. Actually, that's going to be a little bit hard to see. So let's just be verbose here. Now that's a gross thing to write, so we will remove that by the time we get here. But let's give this a whirl again. Put a breakpoint there. We're gonna step into this thing now. Okay, here's the output. Oh, you're not gonna show me that. Okay, what's the state value? All right, you are not non-existent. Okay, let's run this again then. Pending is 0. What is the value? The value is 0. So the output should be 0. That might... Okay, I thought that might not compile, but it does. All right, let's keep trucking. What is the output? It's true. Okay. Then we're returning some. Okay, hang on. This should just be a filter map and an any. So I kind of goofed up here a little bit. Okay, so we just do let contains is equal to that. And then we're going to return value kind bool contains. That's strange. Oh no, we're using find map. Find map could be is some. But then we probably shouldn't use find map. We should use filter map instead. But let's see if this thing will kick up a fuss now. No, that passes. And this, how this ever was passing in the first place is kind of insane, right? We can come and deal with this one later. No, let's do a filter map. And then these things should return a Boolean value instead. Because again, this is actually implementing find instead of contains. So we'll change this to return a bool. And then we get rid of some of this stuff shortly. Then we don't need that anymore, right? Well, yeah, we do. Because we do a filter map and we should be doing a filter. All right, and then we just get rid of this stuff. And then here we can just change this to that and get rid of a whole line there. And you two. And then we don't have to do anything there. And then this becomes false. You there, you are also false. Now it can use an any here. Stop making lifetimes happen. Wait. Oh, that should be the any? Really? Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. All right. I tried that game you linked earlier some other day, the bone, and when you're walking around like the city of the dead and stuff, right? That might not have been me, Rockerhead. I have played some people's games, but I played games that people have gifted me, but right now I'm so deep into this thing, so it's not worth doing that now. Which one? You're walking around in like in the afterlife. I think you're preventing demons from entering hell or whatever it was. There's something odd about the story, but you probably know which one I mean. Okay, this can never happen, right? That's false. A dynamic list cannot contain a static list. So this would be a list of a list, and this would only work if both of them are the same. So we could do the same check here and here as we do here. And then we clean that up, right? Yeah, I think that's the one, right? I think that's the one. Okay, so what is our needle in this case? Where is the needle? Needle is a value kind. I need to find where the needle is being used here. Oh, it's the needle that we're matching on. Oh. Okay, because you're a value, a dyne val, and then you're... Oh. Wow, that's a thing, isn't it? Wow, that's kind of confusing a little bit. But again, this is why I didn't want anyone else to implement these functions, because they are very messy. So we should probably allow contains in strings though. That would be pretty cool. All right. There's another change that we have to make. I'm gonna show you the breakage, and then we're gonna fix the breakage. So if we do something like this, text hello. Oh. Okay, there's our hello, and then we do to lower. Okay, that just works. But this should not work. Now, the fact that that doesn't work is kind of okay. Which one is it that doesn't work then? I gotta fix one of these things, right? But we should be able to do contains L. And that should return true or false, right? We should be able to do contains on a string. That would be pretty cool. Well, you can't use array with contains yet. So this should work, but it doesn't. It's because you can't, it doesn't matter if we wrap it in brackets or not, right? You can't call functions on arrays yet. You can call them on strings, and you can, I don't know if you can call them on numbers. Yeah. Yeah, we do, but I think we can bike shed that. That can be quite fun because they're going to be so fast to implement. But this should return true. We should be able to do that. So if the value kind is a string, then we should be able to do string dot. And now this is going to get very complicated. What is a better word for bike shed? Maybe not better, but a different word is yak shaving. This is complicated because we can do this. No, wait, we can't do that. This can only operate on a string. It can't operate on the text value of a string. No, we're good. So let's just look at this thing by saying that our haystack is a string. That means that our needle has to be a string. Why is this so simple? Because we can do an equality there. Oh, that's just bonus. Can we do that here as well on every item? No, we can't. Silly me. We could if we did a little bit, right? I didn't say improve, I said it was a different word. And this thing is a coaster. Is this okay? It is not. No? Are you not able to just go full string? Okay. There you go. So now we can do string contains. So then you can say if hello contains L, else it does not. Okay. So what if we move this over to some state maybe? Let's make this into L, like that. It does. And then if it's a smell, it does still. Oh, right. Okay, and what is our state? I think our state string is like smell. Yeah, that should have worked. Okay, so let's write a test for that one. Okay. We need the args as well. Okay, that passes. That should fail. It does fail. How would you go about extracting an icon from an executable file? You need to know where in the executable file the icon is encoded. So it depends on what kind of file format that is. So look at the file format, look how the file format is put together, see what part of the header or whatever where the icon lives, and it's gonna contain a byte position for where the icon lives and a length at least, so you know where that icon is, right? And then you just get that range from the file, right? If you know that range, then that's easy to solve with Rust and the cursor. Okay, so this thing works, but it didn't work. Oh, right, but this is not a dyn string. This is a static string contains. Okay, so I got a little bit too excited there. So let's make a dyn string contains then, right? So this will be a value new. And then, of course, we need to make that into our haystack like so. Nope, goofed up again. Because I said dyn list. Still wrong. Call expression requires function. Oh, right. Okay. Huh. That was a silly mistake. Very confusing. Very silly. This isn't wrong, though. Oh, no, that's just stir. It is wrong. You sausage. How do we make a dynamic string, then? We don't. It has to be a string like this. Okay, then. Hello, Zulf. I'm working on a text user interface library with a bunch of fancy pants features and its own markup language. And right now I am writing some tests. We've added support for functions yesterday. So you can do things like string contains and what have you, right? So hello contains L, right? But it doesn't contain Smeal, right? So I'm currently writing tests for these things, right? So I also have in here, I have a string value. And why is that empty? Oh, shit. Oh, man, I'm glad you asked what I was doing because this is just straight up wrong. Okay. I have done something really stupid here. Let's make you a state. And let's implement default. Okay, we don't need any of this stuff anymore, right? Let's just implement default here and get rid of all that, right? We made a drawing application earlier, but we don't need that. So instead, we're just going to grab this for our state. And we want the string. Wow. Okay, maybe this is actually working. Okay, let's quit the application. I didn't mean to quit them there, but wow, that's super stupid. Okay, so let's see if this actually works now. We don't need any of this mouse malarkey in here. We can just get rid of that as long as the state is correct. Okay, so we have the word smell in there now. So if we open up our template, we should be able to say contains sm, and it's true, but bad sm is false, right? Bad smell. And we can look at the text underneath as well, right? Okay. Is it just sides maybe? Yeah, there we go, right? Get a little bit of separation in there, right? Okay, so this is already working. And the reason it was failing the test was because I was an idiot, but don't tell anyone. Let's not worry about a dyn string then, because there's no such thing as a dyn string there. It's just a dyn list thing that's throwing me a little bit. Although that's working. Ah, right. But here's the thing. Can you have a list that contains a list of lists, right? And that's what gets a little bit strange here. Okay, so this would be like a final test. Dyn list of lists contains, right? Very particular. Most likely not going to happen, but syntactically we support it, so we should support it in runtime as well, right? I mean, syntactically support it. What a dumb thing to say, but you know what I mean. That means that we have to make a rather awkward type here that is a list of lists, right? So first we're going to have a list from iter, and we're going to pass in a vector of lists here. So that will be a list from iter. And let's go with 0 to 10 here. And that's going to be 100 to 110 maybe, right? I don't know if I managed to... Oh, gross. Okay, please don't. Oh, Rust format, you're going to do me a number here, aren't you? Okay, now we need to put this into a value. Then we need to create a haystack. So far, so good. And then our needle is not going to be that. This is going to be our needle. It's going to be this. Okay, so that will be another list. I'm looking for... Didn't I make a function for a list? Yeah, I did too, right? So for a singular list, we can just do that, right? And maybe we can do this. No, that was very optimistic because that's a range. But a range should implement it. Oh, shit, that's why. Maybe this will work. Yeah, okay, so we can't call this thing list, right? Let's call this thing haystack again, right? And hopefully we'll get around any issues that will arise from shadowing here. Okay, so let's see what actually happens in here if we debug this and we go and look at the contains function. I think this is going to get very sketchy with this. So what are we doing here, right? Let's go into this closure here. So this thing says that it's a list. And I don't believe that. That's kind of not true. Ah, but it is, because that's a list. Okay, fine. Silly me. This needs to be a value kind dyn list. Oh, okay. We need to make the needle the same way we're doing this, right? Needle, but we can get rid of that and that. And then here we'll do the same thing here. There'll be a dyn list with a reference. Come on. No. Change in brackets. Change in brackets. Please, hands, change in brackets. Oh my god. That's still a bracket last time I checked. Yes, it is. Change in bracket. Mierda. Okay. Needle reference. Like so. Okay. Let's see what I goofed up here. That doesn't exist because we made a list, but we didn't make a value. Okay, there we go. So now we have two dynamic lists. We have one dynamic list that contains other dynamic lists. And then we have another dynamic list. And to compare these two is going to be a nightmare. A recursive and disgusting nightmare. And this is what I don't want anyone who is new to the code base to have to suffer through, because this is quite a daunting task what we're doing here now. So we have to get into here. All right, so we have a dynamic list here. Now this thing should panic. It's just comparing two dynamic values to each other, but that's not really gonna happen. So instead we have to get in here. And what is it that we have to do here? We have to iterate over two lists, right? So we need like list comparison function that is unfortunately recursive. This is so blah 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 that we have to do this blah. But we have to nonetheless, right? So for our needle, we are getting a pending value. So that's going to be our needle, which is a pending value as dyn list. That doesn't work. As state. Oh. This is kind of gonna be a bit grody. Tubular. All right, once we have our state, we can get our needle as a list here. Okay, so we have the needle list here, and now we need a haystack. Where's the haystack in all of this? It's this one, right? So we're going to name this to the haystack. And haystack is also an AnyList, right? When it's a pending value, we have to make this into an AnyList too. So we call this state. That's going to be the haystack. And then haystack. Now we should have two AnyLists, right? The needle is an AnyList and the haystack is an AnyList. So we should be able to say haystack dot contains needle. And that doesn't work right now. And the implementation of this is going to be gross. How would this look like in one level? How you doing, Bonin? You good, buddy? You sure you're here? I don't know if this is right. Don't worry, it's just the face. A part of me don't want to implement this. Mainly because it's so noisy. It means we need a way to do an equality check of dyn values. Okay, maybe that's what we do next then, right? Maybe we implement an equality check on dyn values here. So there are, I need to get a drink of water. There are dynamic values that they have, they could have a key equality. You're checking for values the same as another value. But that is not necessarily what we're interested in checking here. We want to know that something is, we want to know that something is, that shouldn't happen. Did you manage to dump more characters in there than should be there, Bonin? I mean, it was nonsense. It wasn't wrong, but still. Right. Okay. There's two equality functions that we can have, right? There's value equal and type equal. So we can match on self and the right hand side. Yeah. There's a lot of matching here, right? So these two are okay up until here. That's just straight up false. Float and float are okay up to here. Then it becomes false again, right? Because they're not the same. String and string. Bool and boops. Bool and bool. The Boolean values are quite pleasant, I say. Hex and hex. And then map and map. That's what's gonna get a little bit confusing here. List and list. Composite and composite. I'll stop doing that. Unit and unit. This one is easy enough. That one's going to be straight up true. And then color and color. Oh, so much. And then maybe and maybe, okay. Well. If you just type a dot, right, like that, it shouldn't. Well, actually, you can't send just a dot on chat. Huh. Ah, I see. Interesting. See, the maybe type here is a little bit more difficult, right? We don't need this here. This is the wrong place. I'm in the wrong place. We need it somewhere else. We need it where value kind lives. We need an equality for value kind. Okay, let's have a... This is going to be very difficult. Right? It certainly hasn't figured that one out, has it? I'm not sure why I'm fixing this because we're going to throw half of these away now. So any other instance here is just false, right? Then we can get rid of everything down to float. Oh my goodness. Okay. Where it's gonna get a little bit finicky is when we get to the list, right? I think this is gonna be a little bit too much work. Like this. Oh, cow, you be so silly. Yeah. All right. Cool. Thank you. Okay. Null and null is null, right? Should comparing null to null always be false or true though? No, null is equal to null is true, right? Now map and map, this one's gonna be difficult. We'll just always false this one for now because we don't really have anything else we can do here. So we do that and that. Come on, underscore. All right, both is null. I guess in theory, like if this was an actual programming language, you'd be comparing the null bytes, right? Hello, ICS, how you doing? So comparing attributes to attributes is also true because you can only compare attributes to itself. So that's always true. That makes this easy. And that is never true. Now, this is where things gets a little bit weird. Because both of these could have something going on. Same thing here. These two can work together. Why do I keep typing C all the time? Maybe I have some kind of innate need to program C. Hmm. Whew. This is gonna be messy. List equals list no matter what. No, that's... Where do you see that, Wiry? There's nowhere on the screen it says the list equals list. It's true. Okay, good. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, that would make my life a lot easier, right? But it wouldn't be great, right? Um, we're just going to return false there for the time being. So if we were to write something like text, that's true, that's false. But if we have a list here with a value list u32, well, let's just make 1 to 3 then, right? If we do this, so now we have a list of one. Well, we can just do text data list and you can see it there, right? That's 1 and 2. That's false. But should that be false? Oh, yeah, it would be. I understand what you're saying now. Right? It would be easier for me, but it wouldn't be intuitive for you, right? The end user. If the list is 1 and 2, and you say, okay, it's 1 and 2, and this is 1 and 2, why aren't they equal? We could. Yeah, we could have just compared like the pointer, do a memory location comparison, like a pointer equal, which would be a lot faster, but it would also be unexpected, right? You'd expect this, you expect this to be true, right? Yeah, that's that's right. That's why I said to Dottie not to do this one. Um, I don't realistically expect there to be wild complex lists. I don't expect that. But if there are, that's why I want to do this recursive equality function. But that is more difficult. So that's when we end up with a dynamic list versus a non-dynamic list here, right? So this list here has to compare to this list here, right? So we could say for value in right hand side, we can iterate over the values. And what do we get here? We get a value kind. Can we do this? All right, we need to be able to compare a dine value to a... I feel like it's a bit of a cop-out. I agree with you. It would be nice to do that. And maybe we end up doing that if this turns out to be too cumbersome to solve. But I think maybe we can do it. Nothing that can be done with a bit of panic, right? And then we can do this, right? A, please. Okay. Now we can do lhs.ether zip RHS. We can do something simpler, right? That's an early bail, right? We make it recursive, then it doesn't matter. All right, hang on. Someone's assing me. VMT. Come and hang out on the stream instead of being on Discord, you lurb. Is this okay? No. What am I doing wrong here? I'm just blind. Missing in. Oh, wow. Wow. That was insane. Oof. Okay, so here we just go from here into compare pending. So one of these is a value kind and the other one's a pending value. So we do RHS.compare pending LHS, and if not, then we return false. Okay, if we just make this work now, we'll be good, right? Okay, so now we have to match on pending type info. Right? And this here is going to be oof. So the int type is easier, right? We can just do pending. No. Oh, all right, we'll figure this out. Self.asInt. Man, I wonder if we can do this, right? Sorry, Mr. Pain in my arm, which obviously is insta death if we look it up. Just go straight for crack, man. Why, like, cut out the middleman. Hmm. Okay. Wow. So that would be state as int map. Okay, we can do it on this level. Does that mean that by doing this, that's enough for this to work? No. No. Well, but that should have worked because we're just looking at the ints, right? State.list and the right hand side. I feel like maybe there's a dying list on the left hand side. Oh no, we never call this function, right? Oh. We need to call this actual function. That has to happen when we do an equality check on a value. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, there's a truthiness check, isn't it? If we do this and we get rid of everything here but this. It didn't panic. It didn't check the truthiness thing there. That's not what it did. Okay, that becomes a value. We have to follow this one all the way down. I might not be able to do this easily. Okay, so this equality check should result in a Boolean value. All right, let's just debug this. Maybe it's here. Okay, let's make it even simpler for ourselves, right? By getting rid of everything but this. So we just have this. Okay. We are resolving a value here. Okay, so what does our value expression look like now? It's an equality. Yeah, you go for it, Tommy. You block Origin for life. Have a good sleep, relax. This truthiness check is different. It's the kind of the value that we need to look at. Here we go. That's a Boolean value. Okay, so it's resolving this value that we really want to look at. Okay, are these value kinds? They are value kinds. Okay, so here we can now call this function. Depending on, oh my god. Oh, Tommy, I can comfortably tell you what my, let me tell you what my earnings were in ad revenue last month or last payout. Earnings. This is going to be my best month in a long time, by the way, thanks to people like Maniac and Temporis and the likes. Here we go. Ads. $20. Yeah, I think I'll be fine if you don't contribute to that. So here we have to do a comparison, and then here we have to do a not comparison, right? Oh shit. All right. Apparently there are no ghosts in the house. We're fine. I thought one was coming back for some kind of revenge thing. So we're going to do value equal here. And then this will be a not value equal. You goof. Yeah. There you go. We got one level of truthiness. Not super chuffed about it, but it kind of works, right? But now we're gonna make it more difficult, all right? So let's go and finish the implementation, obviously, because you know we have to. All right, so that is the dine list here. Oh, that wasn't the fried brain was yesterday, and I have slept so poorly. Don't want to look at this. You're a goofball. I have slept so poorly. I have barely had any sleep, and I'm looking forward to just spacing out all weekend. It's gonna be great. It's just gonna be me and the brain failing all over the place. Okay. I use Firefox. We could do a dine to dine comparison as well, but I don't think maps are gonna work. I don't know how we're gonna do that. So this one is like the primitive values are easy. We could just fill out the rest of this thing. Here's where it gets a little bit less easy because this is a dynamic list, right? So this is where we kind of need a pending to pending comparison if both of them are. But what is self here? What a great name. So this should happen if both of them are pending values, yeah. Then maybe we don't do that here or there. Maybe we do this. Oh no. Oh man, this is gonna be a mess. Did I answer your question, Nitro? I have no idea if I did. I'm so out of it. So we're gonna compare two values with each other, and if both of them are pending, we have to do like a pending to pending comparison. And I guess that could have been done in the state. Although I feel like that's jumping the gun a little bit. We do. How do we do this? Because again, it could be a list of a list, right? So we do need a pending to pending equality check. All right, let's just write it in here for now. No, find L. Like that. It is crispy. There are so many bugs right now. I'm dying a little. Okay, let's just do this then. At least this one will be easy enough. So much bloody typing. So if both of these are integers, then we can do the LHS as int. Let's just stick a good old panic in there. Oh, good grief. We have to get the state house again. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, let's do it. Okay, so that shouldn't be too bad, okay? Hello, C3, how are you doing? There's a lot of repetitive work here. We can probably condense that as well, right? Yeah, we get there. Compiler, calm down. Blah. Oh yeah, okay. X values. Oh my blindness. How you doing, VMT? How's tricks? Now that's gonna be the complicated one, right? How's your rusting going, VMT? Have you finally seen the light and you find that you cannot be without it? We're gonna panic this one. So we're gonna do a map for map comparison. That was a joke, by the way. It was not a very good one, but it was one nonetheless. Okay, here we're gonna do the comparison that we've done before. So we're just gonna put a panic there for later. 2 composite values. Well, here we could just compare the keys. So we can say key equality is key. Yes. Right, so if the keys are equal and they're both composite, then we're good. Actually, if the keys are equal, then we can just return true because then it's the same value. So we just do that here. If the keys are equal, because the type information is encoded into the key. So if they're equal, not only is it the same type, it's the exact same value, right? So then we just return true. So we don't have to worry about any of these things, right? This can't happen. We're gonna do something with the composite thing here. We are just gonna get rid of that one and we place it all the way down here as a false. How you doing, Zucchini? All right, so now we're gonna do the gross thing here, maybe. 2 units can be the same thing. Nothing else can be the same here, so that's true. 2 colors can be the same thing, so that's gonna be that. But then all these false things can just be caught by that guy, so we don't need them. So that's good. Then we don't need that either. The maybe and the maybe can also be something, but I don't know what we're gonna do about 2 maybe comparisons. But this, we're gonna do the gross thing now. The difficult thing, the hard mode brain thing, which is thinking. And that is what happens when you have 2 lists. Well, first we need to get this into a list. So that's going to be as any list. And that should be fine. We can expect this to work because the type is list, right? So type checked. The same thing's going to go for RHS here, right? So we have 2 of these. So now we can zip these together. So this gives us two pending values, yeah? And then of course we can call pending equal with the left hand side and the right hand side. And if this is not true, then we're going to return false. And there is our recursive nightmare. Right. So that is comparing two dynamic lists. Ugh. Before we do any of this, we can just say if the length is not equal to the length of the right hand side, then return false. So we don't even have to do this part, right? Before we do the gross part here, we have made sure that they are of the same type, they have the same length, otherwise they can't be equal, right? And we don't have to worry about timing attacks in this code. I don't think anyone get them. What are you talking about, you boob? You said. Well, I don't know. Now, if we have maybe values, then we have a slightly different conundrum. Then we have to look at the value, if it's a maybe value, and do this, right? If let type maybe equal to left hand side type info, no left hand side type. So this is a maybe value. Then we need to extract the actual value from there. Yes, you are insane, Enrico. Don't do that. Not Inco. There you go, right? Okay, so if we have a maybe value, I don't remember how we deal with maybe values. So maybe. Is there like two maybe? As maybe? And if we have an as maybe, we can have a get. Okay. Ooh, Nelly. So let's go and say LHS dot as maybe. So we can actually just match on you. And if we have some left hand side, then we can call pending equal with this, or rather we return that. Otherwise, if it's none, then yeah. What do we do if this is none? Well, then we say that LHS is... Yeah, what do we do here? I did, Enrico. You can look at my watch. Send a message on Discord and you'll see it pop up. Try it. I don't know how to hold my watch so you can see it. And lean on it. What do we do if this is none? I don't get this. My brain is stuck. We're so close. I didn't get that message now. Bamboozled by how? Okay, well, that's probably because it had an unread message. So do it again. No, do it again. Do it again. All right, and you'll see it. Because I had, I already looked. Okay, I didn't at me. You gotta like at me, right? Maybe. You didn't do that before? Actually, I don't know why it's not coming up now. That's why you can barely see the Discord icon there. There it is. You said lies, it doesn't pop up, you said. Um okay, look at this one then, Enrico. I just say oops to you from my watch now. All right. Actually, don't know if that was sent. Yeah, it was. Okay, but as cool as my watch is, this is cooler. I don't know if it is. What's the coolest gadget you have bought in the last 2 years, right? What's the one thing you bought in the last 2 years that you think this is a really cool gadget? I love this, right? I like how you guys still write things in uppercase knowing that it's not going to show up. I can't read it if you write in uppercase. Okay. Um I could just lowercase the messages that are all uppercase. That could also work. Cannot be seen mentioned in public. Oh, you bought an iPhone and you're a bit embarrassed about it. That's okay, VMT. We don't judge, right? Yeah, but does your Garmin watch show Discord notifications? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I was talking to a friend the other day, and she had a Garmin watch as well, and I thought that was pretty cool. It was a good looking watch. Oh, Nikon ZFC. What does that one look like? Whoops. Oh, someone's a street photographer, huh? Someone's into the old street photography. Nice. Handheld pet hair vacuum. Oh, I got one of those. I vacuum my bunny sometimes. He's not super into it though. Does your watch last 30 days on one battery? I don't think so. Well, what are you gonna do for 30 days without a battery? If you're 30 days away from electricity, you've already made a lot of poor life choices, right? You bought a social media network to influence the public. That's cool. Can I work for you then? I used to work for a social media network. I'm completely void of any ethical and moral responsibilities, right? Let me have a job there. We're completely destroy and mine the data and do a lot of unethical things with it, right? Hello, Morgan, bro. It's going all right. How you doing? Run, jog, hike in the mountains. Yeah, but if you're doing that for 30 days, you have lost the plot. An entire EU map system. Yeah, I mean, like, look, dude, if you need help getting from your sofa to your fridge, that's on you. But most of us just know the way, okay? You are lost. Well, not with a Garmin watch, apparently. Doing good. More sleep? Oh man, can I have some? I'm completely sleep deprived today. Take touching grass as an adventure. Yeah, I mean, what do you think I have this for? Okay. You losers think I go outside for that? Look at the cilantro that's falling apart a little. All right. Come on, wake up, buddy. You're on camera now. There you go. Dirty. Oh, they just fell over. Fine. I found that if you yell at your plants, nothing happens. You mean coriander? Yeah, but it was too long to write. It's weird not having a smartwatch and still run around with automatic quartz watches. Nah, I don't know. I think all watches are cool. We got some dill, basil, and chives as well over there. The point is, if you want to touch grass, I have it in my room, nerds. Okay, what do we do if the maybe is none? I don't think they're particularly good. Like, they're not bad or anything, but Carolina Reaper was just... They were just grown to be very, very spicy, right? I prefer... The spiciest chili I know and prefer is the... Oh, man, I bored myself with the joke already. I'm just gonna know. Well, Banky, for that, I have a bean bag in the corner that you can't see. Floating in my pool of tears. Okay, now then, what do we do if we're looking at a left-hand side as a maybe and it's none? Well, hang on, you idiot. That will not fail. Okay, sorry, I'm being stupid. Oh, that's a state as well, damn. I turn it off during the day VMT, or I have it on. I turn it off during the night. The basil is doing really well. I've used a lot of it, but the rest of it's kind of not. Air? Oh man, I used to take that out of the room when I leave a room. Damn it, no one told me that. Okay, monkeys, what am I doing wrong here? Can someone fix my brain so we can get on with it? If we have two maybe values... All right, let me give you the experience, Banky. You are correct. That was a mistake on my account. Your code is definitely broken. Here, let me come up with some more nonsense that is not correct. Have you tried turning it on and off again? I'm hungry, and whose fault is that? That is also mine. I want to play Balatro. Ah, man, I can't think. My brain doesn't work. My brain's just going la 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 when I'm trying to think about this, right? I feel like we're very close to being able to check this damn thing, but what do we do here? If the left-hand side is a maybe type, this might end up with something like maybe I64 equal to I64. There could be an equality there, but that could be written as this just as well, or more importantly, that, whoops. I have no idea how I managed to write I32 without thinking either. My brain is just completely, it's just coasting, man. It's in neutral, rolling down the hill now. So these are all the circumstances that could lead to a check. With this one, we're solving this. All right, actually, this. So this is already solved. Wait, that's solved by doing this. So it's this one that needs to be solved then, right? Do we just do the same thing? This shouldn't be that hard. right? That will take care of both of these. But what do we do here? If the left-hand side is none, maybe we just drop in here then, and then we return false here. No, that's not right either. Oh my god, could you stop being broken, brain, please? Mierda. Okay, we have to do this before we get into it. Damn. Okay, maybe not then. Hello, Kittyborg. Okay, maybe this is what we do then. Okay, so if this thing is maybe and it's none, and this thing is maybe and it's none, then what do we then they are both equal, right? But is that even checked? So here, the left-hand side is a none. Now this would be recursive, right? This is gonna overflow the stack, you muppet, right? So if it's none, then we get here. Actually, both of them would be none in here if there are maybe. So this is actually what's gonna happen here. True, because both are none because they're checked at the top. Yeah. Oh, what now? Oh yeah, we need to type info before we can do all that madness. I will not. What? Oh, you filthstick. Okay, this is some next level grossness. Blah, 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 blah. Robotic, how you doing? Welcome, Raiders. I'm very hungry, confused, and sort of sad, apparently. Shit. All right. Okay, so we have list comparison. Maybe is already done. Is this it? I am robotic. That is not wrong. Okay, how can we test this? By having two filthy lists that we compare, right? This is true. Cool. And then that's not true. Soup's cool. Okay, let's have another list. All right, let's compare another list to our list. First of all, that should be true. Damn it. Let me see the error message. Not yet implemented. Okay. Value 321. Probably here. Oh, two dynamic lists. Oh, right? Oh, fuck. What do you want? What are you? All right, just dereference you. Dereference, damn it. Okay. Now, no panic. They are true. It works. Oh, you filthy. All right, let's modify you. Okay, that actually works. Damn it. Oh, what a horrible thing to have written, though. Okay, what about a... Oh, look at this beauty. Okay, so we can get rid of this. This, 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 and this. In favor of... Well, let's just get rid of this and this. And that one's done. You lovely sausage you are, right? But we need a list and a list to list comparison. Wait, that should panic. So that means that this thing should not work. If we change this to panic. Yes. I think this might work actually. Oh my goodness. Yes. All right, so let's do a list to dine list comparison maybe. So this one doesn't work. So if we change this, whoops. That's just 2. All right, but if we change that, if we do this, it should break. Because it's going the other way. This works. Oh man. I don't think I have it in me, Enrico, to do that. I wasn't even gonna do one stream today because I was so broken last night. I thought I was gonna have a freak out moment. I was just laying in bed for I don't know how many hours. In the end, I just grabbed a tablet and started watching some Balatro videos instead. Just wanted to sleep, but I couldn't. I was so exhausted. Not yesterday and not today. I haven't even had a protein drink today. I have tried the set editor not like this. I didn't care for it. Like, there was nothing wrong with it. It's fine. But it's just not for me. this could be put into one function, right? So this could be dyn to static. So this is pending. Let's make one that is dyn static equal. Okay, so first we have a pending value, and then we have a value kind. That is a bool. But I'm so chuffed at how usable this is now. It's just so good. All right, so that's not right. Why is this wrong? Oh, is that not? That's a list. That's what you are. So that's a box value kind. Let's just grab the type from in here so I don't have to think. Like that. Don't need no stinking lifetime on there. And then we're going to change you to pending. Are you still good? And then this to val kind. Okay, so then we just have to flip them around when it's the other order, right? So dyn static equality, dyn static LHS, RHS. You good with this? No. But now you are. Okay, and then we do the other way around. And then we just swap these around. Wait, I'm simple again. Help. That's LHS and that's RHS. Why is this wrong? It's not. I was being simple again. It's my lifetime button, right? There it is. Okay, so now this should work. Oh, so good. Okay, but can we make this annoying and still have it working? All right, now we have to go and make a really stupid list here. Now we're getting into Doddy territory. He's got nested lists all the way to Sunday. We're just going to have one. That's not working. 1 to 2. Oh, shit. Ah. All right, 318. The plot thickens. Okay, so we're here. Why are we here again? Who's calling this? No, that doesn't make sense. Oh, that's the original one that we're calling. Oh, you big old dummy. Big old dummy. Big old hairy dummy. Okay. The list is the right-hand side. What does that mean? Wait, how do we get here? Inequality check. That's when we get here. Man, when did that become so bloody confusing? Okay, so we get it from Dyn static. Man, I have no idea what. Oh yeah, we come. Okay, wait. This is the recursive part. Damn it. Why is it the right hand side? Because the right hand side is value kind, the left hand side is pending. So the right hand side is so, and then it's a pending. Yeah, we'll fill this out, please. Thank you. But what do we do here again? This is where my brain just gave up again. What is this? Pending is a list. That's a Dyn list. And self is not. No, that just works with pending. Look at that. Okay, you can go. Oh man, I wish someone could just take over right now. I'm so out of it. Damn you, muggle brain. What even is you? So that's pending, but self is not pending. Is it? Maybe this doesn't even make sense. Why, yes, it does. Okay, so the right hand side is definitely not a pending list. Okay, that's cool. Then that's never a Dyn val. Okay, but we can do Dyn static equal. Wait, we only do that if they're lists. Oh, this is a nested list. Oh, so we have to do Dyn static equal here again. Wait, how does that work? Oh yeah, because we do it per item, you silly sausage. Right, okay, so Dyn, wow, Dyn static equal. There's no way this is gonna be right. We have a I don't know what self is here. No, we don't know what the right hand side is here. We do know that the left hand side is the pending value, right? So pending goes in here. But the right hand side is what? It should be as a list. Is there an as list here? No, but there's an as state there, and there's an as int here. Is there an as list here? Is an as list here? There's an internal strings, truth nest, and then all this bullshit. No, there isn't one. Okay, so let's make an as list here. Like that. And then we can obviously see. Why didn't you guys call me out on my bullshit? Right? Why do you let me write this stuff? You're sitting there watching me fail in life. How could you be so callous? All right. There we go. Wow, thank you, Mango, for the sub. Look at the bunny. He's probably sleeping upstairs, being all like, I'm gonna shit on the rug when you're not watching. And he will do it. Oh my god, it's working. Ah, my soul hurts because this is so good. Fucking. And it works. All right, can we nest a list of lists? All right, this is gonna be super gross. Wait, we'll do 2 lists. Man, he wants to write this bullshit. Well, I guess I do. True. Bonita. Now we're gonna put lists inside lists because this is what happens when you let something loose upon the world. What demons have we spawned here? Ba-da-da-ba-ba. Why aren't you working, you blasted? Oh yeah. Okay, is this gonna work? We have 1, 2 there. Fiddle my stick, son. That is some high quality, functioning, beautiful template language tomfoolery out of this world. Oh, now then, Wairu, you can do stupid ass things if you want to. Okay, sweetie. Just gonna reply. Love you too. Oh, this no one is ever gonna write this, but if they did, it would work. Now we just have to fill in the rest of the blanks here. And we'll do this with a macro. We'll do a compare. Val. You might be right, Oblivion. Should we make this a macro? The first thing we're looking at is the val. The second thing is the function. Hmm. Hmm. No. I read that as an other nerd stuff, which would have been accurate. Oh, man. This is a thing. Why is this not working? Why doesn't this work? Oh, I don't have the energy to tango with a compiler. Okay. What do we do with the map though? The map's gonna be some kind of weirdness that I don't know if we can even get that to work. It's been a little bit. Okay, let's make a map in here. Right. So first of all, maps can't be drawn, in case you didn't know. So just drawing a state map here means nothing. Okay. How do you exit your running app when you have a template error? Oh, did you run into the bug? I think there's a bug where that doesn't quite work, Noctua. That's another thing I'm going to work on, by the way. So this should work, but it will not. There is not, but there is from. I am aware of the bug. I need to make an issue template. Does anyone have any experience with making good issue templates on GitHub? Because that could be quite useful. As a matter of fact, I don't think this will work. We just do this. No, so map comparison doesn't work. But I wonder if we should let map comparison actually work or not. And before we just go, yeah, let's make that work. Here's a question for you though. If we make map comparison work, does that mean that this should work? Because it technically does contain that. Oh, it can't be. The keys are strings. That's a non-issue. I mean, like, does this make sense? Can we do this? Should this work? Let's just grab some arbitrary programming language here and throw some stuff at it, right? Is that not how you do this? Is this how you do? Maybe you can't. Oh, thank you. Right. So we have that. So then can we say a 1 in data? No. Well, oh my god. Thank you, Mango. Okay, so that doesn't work. What other dynamic nightmare do we have? Okay. Let's just grab the Python code and whack that in there, right? So can we now say that B is or other is equal to this? So other and data, and then can we say data contains? No. Maybe, okay, maybe this doesn't even exist as that, right? No, a hash map is unordered by default, snooze, so the order wouldn't matter. You can't have any control of the order, right? All you would do is check that the keys in one side matches the keys in the other side. And if they don't, that's an inequality. If they do, then we check the values. If they don't match, then it's not equal. Otherwise, they are equal. But maybe this map business is just too insane for this. I don't know if other... Okay, let's do this. Python, check if one deck in is contained within another. Yeah, we're looking for like partial map contain. That's kind of an odd use case. We're looking for being able to do this. If you can say that... Forget this guy for a second. That's what we're looking at, right? And I don't think any language can actually do this. I don't think we're gonna do this, right? Yeah, that would just be a function call. That would be an easy one. The question is, does anyone need this? All right. Do we actually need to build this in here into the language? Yeah, they're just going to convert it to lists and do that. Hello, Lumen. Maybe because it's lunchtime. I feel like it's lunchtime. It is way past lunchtime, by the way. I forgot to eat again. Yeah, I think you're right, Freefall. So this would probably be... This would probably be better written like this, right? Right, so currently we don't do anything with maps. We never needed maps before, but maybe we do need maps now. I mean, you can do this. Question is, do we need this? I think maybe we don't do maps. Until someone can prove a good use case for maps, we're not gonna add maps in there. We're gonna note that down as if you really need it, let us know and you can make a case for it. Because right now we are blessed by having empty maps. All right, let's finish this function so we can actually build something today. You reckon contains keys useful? Yeah. You need a 30-day Garmin watch battery in your life. I mangled that joke. All right, so what do we say here? We just say false. Comparing two maps, straight up nonsense. All right, then we have to fill these out. This is gonna suck a little bit, but I guess it has to be done. Let's make this a little bit easier to deal with. Self is left hand side. And state is right hand side. Yeah. Oof, okay, we're just gonna do this. That's character. Oh, is that good? Yeah, fine. Asball. Get your assballs in. Get your assballs. Get your hacks and your assballs. Damn. All right. The heck do we do here? Color is fine. Same. Units compared to what? Do we even have a unit on self? No. The Pebble watch was really interesting when it came out. I was well into it. I was gonna get one, but then they tanked. Someone resuscitated that. I don't know how they're doing now, right? Should the comparison convert types? No, it won't convert types. If you want to do type conversions, you have to call a function like toInt or whatever first. So if you want to compare an int to a float or something, we're gonna have like parse int and stuff from things too, right? Yeah, it's kind of interesting stuff, and the e-ink take isn't bad, but yeah. Hello, Skylar. You have to say I am here. You can't just say hello. What do we do with a unit? Frazzled and hungry, and I forgot to eat again. This project is slowly killing me, but yeah, it's good. We're gonna say false to map comparison. Actually, this one isn't too bad. This one we could just do a pending comparison, right? We can just copy this. That one's false. I don't even know why that's a thing. This one is the same. How does that deal with composite values? I think it does a key equality. Yeah. So this thing will deal with composite values. A composite value is a value made up of other values, and it's not a map. It's like a struct or something like that, right? You can't compare a composite value to anything here. Maybe you can. No, you won't be able to, are you? Oh, brain. Don't make this so difficult. Yes, but you can't construct. Well, no. Yes and no. There are two types of map. There are maps. There are maps that you write like this. This could contain a string, right? So if I say map A here, it's gonna give me 1. If I do C, it gives me a string, right? Maps in AML are not homogeneous. Maps in Rust are. So that means that maps in Rust are only ever one kind of value, but structs that are representing states are composite types. They can be anything they want. Ah, man, I have no idea if I made any sense there whatsoever. I'm confused what I'm gonna do here. I'm looking at 4.5 hours and I'm like, how long have I been hungry for, not realizing it? Hello, Nightshade. How you doing? Come for the bird, stay for the bilateral. What do we do here? Right, we're almost done. I think we have 3 outstanding things, and I can't even cobble together in my head how these should work. 4 things. Okay, I think we can trigger this panic by having a maybe value part of a string. Let's start by doing that, okay? What are you? All right. Mm. Whoops. Why is this working? Okay. Yep. Man, I bet this even works. Wouldn't you think this works? Oh, it doesn't work. But that is okay though, isn't it? We're resolving an index. All right, let's have a look at... I know this one, but why is this not resolving correctly? I think this should be fine. Expressions 425. All right, what's the error? Let's get some human readable error messages in here. This is a static string. Oh, hang on to your sneakers. Is it looking at that as one string unit? No, it's not. What are we doing here? We're resolving an index. Wow, how is that a string? How is this interpreted? Oh, that works. But this is not. I wonder what this is. I don't use that, Scott. I could never get it to work the way I wanted to. In translation, I couldn't get it to work well. So I just used GDB. I think this expression is wrong. So we're going to look at the expression here. We have to go all the way past value expression to the immediate resolver. It's an index. Oh. Oh no. That's not right. Yeah, I get it. Can we write this like this and it would be the same? Wait, what are you doing, man? And then we write this. Holy shit, we might actually be able to do that one. Yeah, but that's also not right. Wait, what am I looking at here? What's the expression we're resolving? Oh, it's a function call. Oh, of course. Okay, maybe it's time that we add some kind of string concatenation thing here. Okay, we might need some string concatenation. Oh, my back sounds like a typewriter's falling downstairs. Yeah. Okay, this will be a bike shedding moment. Whether we go with a dot or a plus or dot or whatever we use, right? Not that. Because most likely, do you want some kind of string concatenation, right? But we talked a little bit earlier today, me and Wairu, about where to go next. And I think a switch statement is gonna be the next thing to implement now. So for those of you who want to build routers into your apps, you'd have something like switch, state, or root. And then whatever, right? And so on and so forth. So we'd end up with something like that. The question is, if we're gonna allow this or if we're gonna make it this. And then we have a default, which is just gonna be text or like vstack text. Right. So how I implement it, it would be nice to allow this. If you want to keep it very succinct. Can you see what it? Do you see what it says on that sign there, Skylar? Hang on, let me show you what it says there. I just realized I am not gonna show you what it says there because that means getting up and walking across the room wearing some very fashionable shorts, as in what you'd wear outside, not underpants, undergarments. It says become a farmer. Okay, I think we are in that case sort of done here. Yeah, that one we're gonna keep those separate. You never do, Johnny, and yet you are still progressing in life. Good work, buddy. How are you doing? Not wearing it. You're sad. How can you be sad on a Friday? What the hell's wrong with you, son? Do you need me to come and pick you up? Take you out, get you drunk, meet some girls, and then wake up the next day and go like, oh my god, what did I do? You're too young to go out and pick up girls, Skylar, so I'm not doing that. But Jonil, you're old enough. It's midsummer holiday and you're broke. What would you do if you had money then? Dude, I'm broke too, man. I'm like, But then again, I don't care about Midsummer or any other play by Shakespeare. It's life, it's rough, would do nothing. Okay, well, in that case, being broke is not an issue. Good work. Put flowers in your hair and dance. Listen, the Witch's Coven is in the next stream, okay? Cuddle cats, that's free. But you might need band-aids in case the cats aren't really in a cuddly mood. Cats and strangers should be cuddled with care. I think we're done, right? What was the other thing? Gibberish code is where it's at. Oh man, I have no clue either, Janil. I'm so hungry and sleep deprived that I'm barely functioning. I'm trying to understand what do I do here? We can't compare a unit to anything, right? Well, we can find out what a unit does in here. A unit translates to null. Okay. I think I want to eat and sleep, and then I want to wake up and then go and work out. And then I'm going to enjoy not programming for the whole weekend. Well, I have to start the video, so I'm supposed to do that, but I am way too knackered for that, right? Ugh. No, weekend. Good grief, son. Not week. Okay, so what do we do here? If that's a unit and self is null, then there could be inequality here, right? I just made that up. Yes, I did. Oh wow, there's a lot. Okay, that's one thing done. Here, I don't know what we're gonna do. Nice. Walnut wood's nice. Dark, moisture resistant. Right? Not bad. Do we have like a self as maybe? No. What do we do here then? Yeah, I think walnut is more so walnut dense wood moisture. I think walnut is one of those that you would use for maybe not. It's a hardwood though. Let's do this. Wood for outdoor furniture. Right. Teak, see, okay, no. It wasn't teak is what I was thinking about, not walnut, sorry. But walnut would be a hardwood, which is good. What are you gonna make? Right? Are you gonna go nuts with the I mean, if you make a table, you have to finish it anyway, right? Even if it's just like a beeswax or whatever. If you do, I wouldn't put beeswax on a gaming table, right? Because 6 months later it will be gone. But if you don't want to worry about putting like cups and stuff on your wood, if it's nice hardwood and you just do an oil finish, if you ever put like a metal tin or something on there, you're gonna ruin the wood, right? Like ruin it. You're gonna ruin your finish. You have to go and sand it down again, right? But if you put a nice finish on it, you can put something that's quite protective. There are finishes that will soak into the wood, and there are finishes that will lay on top of the wood. And if you pick a finish that's on top of the wood, then you can put whatever you want on there, right? And it's not going to be a problem. So find something that works for you that you can put on there, right? Yeah, sure. All right, let's do this, right? Metal tin on wood, and let me show you what happens, right? Wow. Okay, this was harder to find. than I expected, right? Uh, metal tin leaves ring onwards. You might have seen this. Oh my god. And then we get leaves. Search engines truly have become amazing. Leaves black circle damage on word. Then, right? Goodness me. Is it really this hard to find what happens when you... Okay, let's try a different query, right? What happens when you leave a wet tin on wood, right? I cannot believe that there is not a single picture of this on here. This is gross and insane. Scrolling the image search is a little bit sketchy on stream, I have to say. But either way, it leaves like black rings and marks on your wood, and you don't want that, right? So you have a wood finish that is on top, right? So a wood finish on top might... This is probably some... okay, it's an epoxy and marine wash. So you're going to go sailing on this thing, right? So if you put an epoxy resin or whatever, that sits on top. I think a shellac would also sit on top, right? Wood finish. These things are pretty sturdy, and I think you can get them in matte, right? And you can put whatever you want on it, and there's a finish on top of the wood, right? Then you have finishing oils, right? And finishing oils, they soak into the wood. So you still have all the wood grains and everything. You can still touch the wood. So this thing just soaks into the wood. It's less protective, but it leaves a more natural look, right? Wet tin on wood effect. Is that it? Teak oil. If you want less toxic, a water-based polyurethane will take a lot of abuse. Yeah, that's I mean, I didn't know shellac was toxic, but or epoxy, right? But polyurethane is another well-known. Danish oil is very common. Tung oil is common. But these are oils, though, right? They soak into the wood, right? They don't. And something that soaks into the wood is less protective, and that's when you can damage the wood. But it has a more natural finish, right? It's more natural looking. Oh, hang on. Are you buying a ready finished tabletop? In that case, you probably don't have to do anything, right? Okay, in that case. I thought you bought a wooden slab to build your desk, right? I got a big piece of oak here. I'm gonna do something weird when I move. It has lost a little bit of its finish, and I'm gonna sand the whole thing down and probably make it a little bit lighter. With your hands, VMT, just rub your hands over it. I want crazy glue. You wouldn't, Janae. It's really fun though. I made this table. True, but a slab of hardwood is not cheap, right? Like depending on how big you are, you can end up paying several $100s for an unfinished slab of hardwood, right? Hardwood is expensive, right? Crusty fingertips for life. I don't know where we're going with this, but yeah. Oh man, you DJing. You're not a good influence on me, you know that. Is this a Portuguese thing? Yeah, that's because hardwood is really expensive, Janine. Hardwood is heavy, it's dense. I mean, that's why it's heavy, right? It's sturdy, and it doesn't warp and bend as much as like construction lumber does. My workbench is made of pine, It's a lamination of a bunch of 2x4s. But I don't care about that one. I wouldn't use that as a desk. But that's oak. Behind me is also oak, but you can't see that. It is horrible, all that. It is. How you doing, buddy? I haven't seen you in a hot minute. How you been? Yeah, I mean it's not entirely crazy to like the cost of, you know what, we're not gonna go down that road, but if you look at the cost of oak and ash and whatever, right, they are a teak. They're not cheap, right? Chrono Odyssey, what's that? Odyssey? Nah, it's gonna be Odyssey, right? Yeah. Momopuka. No, not the Momopuka. Poplar. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. But I'm not really a woodworker though. I just like to dabble. Mopugas are fun. Are they though? Is once human also Mopug? I thought it was more like an instance based, whatever. My old man keeps talking about Enshrouded. Has anyone played that? Is it good? Okay, so what do we do here with composite? What is it that we're doing? Are we doing a compare? Okay, so we're just going to say false here, unless it's the same thing, right? Can we do this? We can. Then we want to do a comparison of pending to pending, right? This is weird. But it's right. It's just weird. This one I don't know what to do about. Oh man, I had an insane amount of luck yesterday, right? I gave you some like good luck coming your way, but there might be like dandruff and skin flakes in there as well, so be careful. Hi, what exciting things are you up to, Ollard, right? Hopefully you're doing a better job at eating and existing than I am, right? I'm now it's gonna be dinner soon. I completely missed lunch. I missed lunch. How do you miss lunch? It's such an important meal. It's a meal. Yes. I don't know what we're gonna do with the maybe type here. I don't even know how we're gonna compare it. Can we panic here and compare? Okay, let's see if we can get that working, right? Do we have a maybe in here? We have a maybe string. Let's have a maybe int. Yeah, it should be, right? There should be if it's like proper hardware, Janelle. Okay. Whoops. None of these are breaking. Why not? Scary? It's just like fun. Isn't it fun? Wouldn't you think it's fun? It'd be fun. Wait, what is this? Can we do that one instead? Dynamic, static. No, it depends on what self is. I have no idea how we're gonna get here. Right hand side is pending. Yeah, I don't know. How do we even get here? We're just gonna leave it like this. Okay. Then we are kind of good. Let's patch some, what branch are we on, right? Functions, floats, and ends. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Yeah, that's a big change. Next frames. Yeah, that's part of testing. Yeah, that's fine. Ooh, what's this? Yeah, that ain't fine. Not fine at all. Yeah. So this one fixes a bug with... Oh yeah, someone asked about that. Noctua. The fix for that is coming now. And with this thing was such a lifesaver. That's superfluous lifetimes. We're gonna get in the neck for that one. Getting rid of the debug, making these workspace dependencies instead, getting rid of that thing and that thing. Test code. Have a good one, Ola. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck with whatever you're doing. We believe in you. I don't know what's shaking my fist, man. We believe in you. A winner is you. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Oh yeah, it's the test functions, right? And I got rid of some to-dos. That was good. So we're adding functions, contains. Okay. New files. Format the code. And let's start working off the warnings. in the resolver. All right, let's just get rid of some stuff. Wait, what? Hang on. How does this work? What's S? Wait, are we comparing ourselves to ourselves? You muppet! Oh my god. Wow, that was interesting. Luck received. You must tell me about your adventure now, if they were lucky or not. If they weren't, I have no idea. Wait, what? Hang on, what did I do now? List of lists. But something is broken here. Haystack. Okay, so this is two lists put together. And then it's broken. Haystack. All right, explicit panic, thank you. Multiple locks would be pretty cool though. Well, I usually hear 0 Fs given, but maybe someone's giving out the Fs today. F is for food, for those of you who are underage and wondering. I'm very hungry. I'm gonna get some food soon. But we have an explicit panic in the list function on line 54. Did you know this? There we go. All right. Why is this thing panicking? Oh, shit on it. Okay, so I hadn't finished this yet. Request multiple locks when appropriate. Sounds good to me. And then 0 F's given is a good thing, right? But what am I doing here? I do not have the mental capacity to solve this bug here. So we're gonna note this as that we're still working on this. All right. So it's not gonna be the whoops commit that I was hoping for. I think we're just gonna commit this though. Yeah, it's not gonna let me commit. Thank you. All right, I think I'm done. I think you're all done. I'm done. We're all done. I'm gonna go and lay down now and hope the food will manifest itself from somewhere, and I might work on this off stream. But yeah, I need to plan out the video and make some kind of introduction to this thing when I'm not completely broken, right? You guys have been great. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a good Friday, and I'll see you guys on Monday for that special stream. All right.